Welcome to the gunchannels.com live lobby chat.
No, don't. Hold up. Wait. Yo,
What's up, man?
what's good?
Not much. Just heading out the door.
All right.
I always start these and go to work. That way everybody has a room to go to.
Right.
So, have a good one, man.
All right. Oh,
events coming up. We got Every Second Matters coming up here this week, and October here in a couple days.
Yeah. You came in?
What's up?
Okay.
Figured I'd do a little holster work and listen in or chat. What are y'all up to?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure this out.
What are you trying to figure out?
Nathan, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Huh.
Can you hear me?
I've got about a 15, 20-second lag between when I talk and before the chat hears me.
Seems strange.
And I don't know what the hell I'm doing wrong.
Never heard of that particular issue before.
Should I get out of the normal chat room on gun channels and just run on this page here?
Negative. Gun channels and this have nothing to do with each other. But what I usually do is if I'm having trouble, I just click on the top bar and reload the chat and add back in it. Usually you'll fix it. Usually I don't get any sound at all the first time I do it, so I have to log in twice to get sound. Getting better at cutting this stuff. Well, this is an exciting hangout. 3 people AFK and me doing leather work.
Best lobby chat ever.
Yeah. What are you up to, Sean?
Not much. Sort of hanging out till folks get here.
Okay. I am just cutting out chunks of leather to make holsters out of. There's a process to it, so I hate it when I get glue on the front face. I'm gonna sandpaper it off. The glue that you use is called barge cement, but the best way to describe it would be as if you were to take rubber cement and then like throw some super glue in it, about a third super glue, and mix it up. I don't know why they call it barge cement, but I'm pretty sure that if I were on a barge and it were sinking, I could glue it underwater. Pattern. Actually, before I do this, I need to go mess with the other one. I'll be right back.
Move, please. I've still got this 20-second lag going on here. I am going to step out. Sorry about that. I think it's my web server, my good old Yahoo or Google, I don't know. So, bye. See you back on the other side.
Take it easy.
Oh my lord, I hope that I can remember how I did that to do it again. There's no one there to see my feat of triumph. Is anybody there? Oh, hey, Mika. Mika, I can't hear a thing you're saying. Hold on, I'll be right back. Hey, what's going on?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, Micah.
Okay. There was this mute button.
Ah, something new?
Mm. And this was not the first time. There's that one button in my laptop.
Ah,
It's the mute button. Oh, now it's going. I have to. Yes, I have to close that another PC because it's making some echo. Okay. Hope that there is no echo anymore.
well, good news. I ended up making a really nice holster there after a couple of attempts of messing up some other holsters, but now I got that pattern down.
Okay. And how about making one nice holster and two Mac?
And a belt.
Yes, me.
Yeah, that's one of the next things I'm about to do is in the next day or two, I am going to try to take my Phoebing's oil-based dye and I'm going to put it through, like go out and make a thing in my garage where I can block off things behind it, like a little paint shop. And I'm going to try using the airbrush to spray the Phoebings. It's just, like I spray my top coat with the airbrush, but this stuff is black oil-based dye. Whatever it gets on, it's sinking into skin, anything. So I'm just a little leery of doing it. I may go do it in the backyard, like in the kids' playhouse or something.
Okay, that's about coloring the stuff.
Yeah, it's okay. So usually what I do is I use this stuff, which is gel, and you wipe it on with rubber gloves. Except the problem with the gel is it's water-based and it doesn't sink into the pores. It's really just a top coat of color. When you use the oil-based stuff, it soaks into the leather 3 times as far, pretty much. So it's much better to use the oil-based stuff, but the oil-based stuff doesn't give you an antiquing look, but that's what most of your professional stuff is. It's Phoebing's oil-based dye. So, for instance, for you, you want an all-black rig. Well, that's no problem. You're not getting an embossment or anything. But when I put it on with the normal way you put it on with the dauber, which is just a little like, I'll show it to you. So it's, hold on, take it out of the bag. So normally, most people put it on using one of these, just a wool piece on a metal stick. And you rub it around and you apply it. I just don't find it works very well. I can't get it even. So I'm thinking using the airbrush is the way to go.
Okay.
But it's potential for much more of a mess. And I ended up getting, by accident, a professional grade airbrush instead of a cheapy airbrush. And this thing, like, I keep turning the power down on my compressor because it literally just smokes. I mean, it's taking a regular little airbrush that I'd spray in a little thing, and it's atomizing it, and it's just, it kicks back stuff. You know what I'm saying? It, like, creates a cloud because it's atomizing. It's not spraying. The stuff sprays out, hits what I'm hitting, but some of it bounces off and just floats around in a cloud around me. So I'm thinking, I'm going to end up with blackface if I do this wrong. Which wouldn't be good.
Okay.
That's racist.
Basically,
I'm trying not to be in blackface, so that is not racist.
basically, I do not understand anything what you said, but but this is the process of coloring of the letter.
What type of
Your-
Glock did you say you shoot? Glock 17?
It's 19, but it's
19, okay.
yes, it's 19, but there is that threaded. It's as long as 17.
It's threaded.
Uh,
Okay. Okay, no, that's cool.
It's normal 19, but there is the barrel is a little bit longer. So uh, um, I take those two guns. Just a moment.
I know what I got a Glock. I had a Glock 19, and I know what threaded looks like. Got a barrel with a 1-inch extension with threads on it, so you can add a suppressor or a compensator. Okay, so this is the current black that I put on this piece of leather, and now I'm going to hit it with the Phoebing's oil-based.
Yes.
Look at this crap.
Mm-hmm.
So I put on the water-based dye, and now when I hit with oil, it rejects it. Maybe if it was fully dry, it wouldn't. It's a good question. This piece. No, it won't soak into this one either, really. Ah, interesting. Okay. Learned something new tonight. Okay.
But that's coloring of the stuff. I don't know anything about that.
Well, I'm just looking to get the best results, and still, I'm in the same boat. I think that rather than using a wool dauber, using the airbrush will give far better results as far as making things even. You know, it's kind of like using a paintbrush versus using a paint sprayer to paint a car.
No, I don't know because I don't paint the cars. I just wash my car.
But if you were going to paint your car, you wouldn't use a paintbrush. You'd use a paint sprayer.
Okay.
At least I hope you would.
Okay. Okay. Anyway, Glock 19.
Okay.
And this is regular Glock 19. There's just this little piece of there.
Mm-hmm.
And Glock 17, there is 19 and 17 behind, and the 19 which I have is just 19. The only difference is that there's that little bit of barrel which make it as long as 17.
Okay. I'll make the holster with the inch lower on the holster to cover up the ends for the 7. I'll just make it for 17.
Hmm.
It's easy. It's not a problem.
Hmm. And and I have to change the camera a little bit here, so I have a nicer background. The only reason why there is this threaded barrel, this little big more gun, is that there is those pocket guns, and Glock 19 is pocket gun in Finland. If you have regular Glock 19, that's pocket gun. So the the importer who buys these Glocks and sells to us, so they change that barrel to that threaded barrel, so this gun is as long as Glock 17. So it's not
not a pocket gun anymore, huh?
That's so fucking stupid.
No,
It's
don't
a
worry.
big pocket.
We have extremely dumb laws here too. Don't feel bad.
And we have more stupid laws than you have.
Yeah, you may have us beat on that. Where's my pencil? There it is. Spot there.
Wait. Didn't you walk into a gun shop a couple of weeks ago, buy a silencer, and walk out? No paperwork.
Yes. Silencers.
Okay, so we have a 1939 gun law that's retarded, and they don't. That silencer law in America is from 1939.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's most European countries consider it rude to not shoot with a silencer because of the noise.
Yeah. Which makes sense.
Yes. Not about shooting. When I go to range, we are not using the silencers, but for hunting, it's for hunting. They are using those.
Yeah, see, ours is exactly opposite. People think that you shouldn't use them for hunting because it's unfair. Because if you're a bad shot, it gives the game a sporting chance. That's actually an argument that was used to try and stop my state from passing the law that lets us use them for hunting.
We have a lot of rules about hunting.
Okay, so here's the ridiculousness of that is a lot of them will say, well, poachers will then use suppressors.
Yeah, they use that too.
If you're already illegally poaching,
Yeah.
you're already breaking the law. Why wouldn't you use a suppressor not to get caught? So again, it's the, well, an illegal person might do this, but they're going to do it anyway, you idiot. Sorry, Mika, I didn't mean to talk over you. Go ahead.
No problems. The rules out here are different than there, and you have something what we don't have, and we have something that you don't have. And the rules doesn't make any sense if you are thinking with so can't understand why you can't do something, and I cannot understand why we cannot do something. Those are just different walls and different rules, and there is no logic about those rules.
Because the people who make the rules don't know what they're talking about. And the fact is that the rules that get the most focus are the ones that have to do with money. And there's no money in guns. There's money in the NRA fighting stuff. But if seriously, if everyone who bought a gun added money into politicians' pockets, they would care a whole lot more about it. But the fact is it's like, I have to come up with a good example. It doesn't do anything for the politicians. Whether a gun law passes or doesn't really affect them. It doesn't give them bottom line. It's not like corn crops, that if I vote for corn crops, I get paid by the corn lobby and I get kickbacks on it. You know, or to build a freaking bridge over a river or a swamp in my state gives me pork barrel kickbacks and adds to my state's, money reserves. That's the problem with guns, is they don't have a large economic effect, so therefore the politicians treat it like kryptonite. They know that voting against guns is very dangerous, and that voting for guns can be equally dangerous, so it's like kryptonite. Nobody wants to touch it.
At here, the party who has the power, it's a party whose members has most gun owners. So we have, you have two parties, and we have several parties, but there are maybe 5 or 6 parties which have some power. And
so hold on, here's the question, Mika. Is the gun owner party meaning rich hunter friends, or is it happy about all guns?
No. There are one party. It's about rich people, but party who is at the moment is doing what they are doing, and that party has a lot of common people which are hunting. So
keep talking, I can hear you.
The most gun owners are the party who is now doing is the party who has now power. At that party is have the majority of the gun owners, but they are not doing anything to reverse the old gun laws. We have maybe 10 years ago we have nice gun laws, but after that they made two very bad gun laws, and now the party which have the majority of the gun owners isn't doing anything to reverse those two stupid laws. Can I understand that?
So I've got on order this really cool giant punch, but until then I have to punch with circles and then cut between the two circles, and then I have to sand them. Sucks. So Mika, I forgot to ask. I once saw a show with Nazi zombies in it. Have you ever had that problem in your area since you're in Europe?
Nazi zombies.
Nazi zombies. It's a great
That was
movie.
an awesome movie. Dead Snow, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, Dead Snow. Yeah.
Yeah, that movie was awesome.
So what you're saying is you've never had trouble with any Nazi zombies in your area, Mika?
Don't know about Nazis, but there are not zombies at the moment.
No zombies. Okay.
Didn't those ones come out of a lake or something?
Nah, they were up in a pass that got snowed in, and some guy stole some of their gold, and that's what brought them back to life.
Oh, I thought they had. I thought the ice had melted off of that lake or something, and
Oh no,
it
no,
came out.
no! It was somebody finding their bunker and their hoard and stole a few
Okay,
pieces of gold
okay.
from it, and that's what they were trying to recover. It's kind of like pirate ghost zombies, if you ask me.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't quite understand exactly what had woken them back up. I thought they were in the lake, and it had like the ice had melted on it.
Yeah, and again, I understand that. It's just that at the very, very end, the guy's in the car, and he looks down and realizes he's holding on to a gold watch or something. And he's like, "Oh crap!" And the zombie pops up beside the window. Man, it's a good punch. This punch is like just a giant bar of steel with a punch on the end.
Mm.
Some of my other punches, they want to unscrew when you whomp on them too hard. Tools of the trade. It's gonna be so nice when I get a just a punch I can punch through with this, where I don't have to sit here and punch 4 holes and then cut. But they don't make those punches. You have to have them made for you. Okay, so just to let y'all see, so as of right now, I have a chunk of leather. It has these holes, which I'll make this into a belt loop by cutting that out. It has cuts on it. Not really cuts, but indentions for my sewing lines. I've already glued the suede lining onto the back for it. So next I have to stamp it with Every Second Matters, which I may wait till tomorrow to do. This is going to quite a stone guy or someone like that. So
that's metal. That stamp which you just covered is.
Yes, that is a custom stamp. In answer to your question.
Yes. Did you make that stamp? Who made that stamp?
Well, I went through Springfield Leather Company in Springfield, Missouri, and they have a guy who makes them their custom order stamps. There were some other people who I found on Pinterest that could do it, but they were in Taiwan, and for $5 difference, I'm going to have the company who I order a great deal of my material through have one of their subcontractors make me a stamp. And then that company is the one who charges me and sends it to me. I'd rather have an American-made company do that than the last time I ordered something from Taiwan for my katana. Took 6 weeks to get it mailed to me. And this was not something being made. This was just freaking wrap for the handle for my katana and some cloud dragon style brass pieces to put on the hilt. 6 freaking weeks.
Yes. But that kind of stamp is not cheap. That stamp cost how much?
I don't know, like $50, something like that, about 50.
Okay. And how many times you are using that with your gun letter? Is that one at a time?
That stamp is going to be for anyone who wants Every Second Matter holsters. I'm going to make them holsters with that stamp. But see, like this is a Beretta made out of aluminum. That's $50 a pop too. So this ain't a cheap endeavor.
Okay. So you have to invest some money to do some things.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to turn the light on and turn the computer. Mika, you see that right there?
Mm-hmm.
You see that sewing machine?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So you're saying yes, you can see the sewing machine. Okay. That sewing machine is made out of cast iron. It weighs 400 pounds. It had to be shipped to me on a truck.
Okay.
Is that an old Singer?
No, that's a brand new Cobra.
Oh, it's just a heavy duty for sewing leather and stuff.
It's a Cobra Class 3 leather sewing machine. It will sew up to a ½ inch of solid leather without blinking. Most of my stuff is about a 1/4 inch thick, but It's a hoss.
So you have invested a lot of money of the tools, and that stamp was not a big deal.
Yeah, that stamp is not a big deal. In fact, most of my stamps, that's what one of the nice things is, because my other stamps, like to do Moulin Labie, one stamp is a helmet and the other one is Moulin Labie. So I had to order 2 stamps to make that on a holster. But that was what was nice about Every Second Matters, is it's only one stamp face. It's not 2 like my other stamps.
This make I'm still ordering belt and holster and bones for 2 mags for my Glock.
Yeah.
And now when you are showing that you have stamped for the different kind of things that maybe I'm looking maybe something more customizing. So now I'm understanding why this this work costs something more, and why people are paying to get something which they are. The holster is holster, but there is something extra, maybe some personal things at the holster and maybe at the belt, and they are paying about that. And and as you said that you paid $50 for that one stamp, and maybe you are using that just one time or maybe later.
Oh, no, that stamp right there is going to be put on 40, 50 holsters at least. I mean, it's going to pay for itself easy.
Yes, but but if I'm making order of something very, very special, and you get stamp for that, I'm sure that you don't have use of that stamp. So I'm paying.
It kind of depends on what you want. It depends on if I'm going to do a one-time thing or if it's going to be repetitive. If it's going to be repetitive and done many times, Mika, then I get a stamp made. If it's a one-time custom order where I put Mika is awesome, then I have other stuff for that. But that is writing something out. I have individual letters, and it is a pain in the rump to get it all looking perfect. See what I'm saying?
Yes. I didn't talk about this when I talked first time about this, but now I'm thinking about some personal thing, because
Is it from Pulp Fiction? Do you want badass motherfucker on your holster?
I don't know yet, because this new thing for me. So now I'm starting about this personal thing. I thought that it's belt is belt, and then there is that holster and counts those 2 mag, and that's it. But now I'm thinking about something personal stuff to that.
I don't know if you can see these on my screen.
Yes.
So that's one of my stamp sets there.
Mm.
Mu'anabi, come and take it. The
Mm.
Spartans said to the Persians. The reason I show him that is because he's not going to want the Gadsden snake. At least if it's a Greek, he can float it in his country.
Uh, uh, as you possibly know that we cannot carry. We can't carry here. So only
No
place.
reason not to look good.
Hmm?
No reason when you go to IDPA competitions. There's no reason not to look good.
Yes, when I'm going to the range, then I'm carrying. So every time when I'm going to the range, I will get the gun in my hip, and I'm carrying out there.
Oh, hey. Good news. The water base and the oil did come to terms with each other. Cool. Just doing testing. That's one of the interesting things about leather is when you color it, there are so many little things you can do. It's painting a canvas really. So it's interesting. Yeah, so like this holster right here was one of my earlier ones. Turned out really well. But again, I made a belt like, yeah. Stamped with my fingernail. And I've worn away that one spot right there. So that's the problem with the non-oil based dyes is they don't soak in deep enough. But they really look good. It pisses me off. Again, an all black holster doesn't matter, but on one I want to antique it does. So I'm going to have to go with the Phoebings just for my customers. It's not going to stand out as much. I'm going to have to figure out some way to make it stand out. If it's not a black holster, I can go in with black dye or the black you have to go with the black stain and just do the symbol and make it dark. Just use a Q-tip or a paintbrush, darken it up. It's an idea. So, Sean, are you still there?
Yeah.
What state are you in?
What's that?
State. What state do you live in? Just curious.
Oh, I'm in Alabama.
Oh, okay. Well, that's gun friendly. Cool. So, would you like to hear an Alabama joke, Sean?
Sure.
Not that we have anyone watching. Actually, how do you tell if anyone's watching this anyway? But anyway, doesn't matter. Lobby chat.
No. No, not any. Not any. No, 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 not any. any teddy bear jokes.
No. No teddy bear jokes, Mika. Mika, do you actually know the teddy bear joke?
Yes.
Okay. We'll leave it at that.
I watched that.
This is an Alabama joke. So this guy from up north, he moves to Alabama, and he moves there because he really loves hunting, and he heard that Alabama is a hunter's paradise. And so he moves down there, he gets residency set up, he gets his hunting tag, and when he looks at his hunting license, he sees that it has like 5 deer tags on it, and like, multiple bucks and a couple does, and he's like, wow, this is amazing. This is nothing like upstate New York. I mean, this is super. So he goes out and he gets his lease, he puts his corn feeder out, he sets everything up, he gets his feeder going, gets his deer stand set up, all that, and comes opening morning, goes out there, and sure enough, right at dawn, all these deer come out, like an entire herd. Boom, he shoots one. They don't seem to care. Boom, he shoots another. They don't run away. He's like, what is going on? Shoots all 5 of his deer, goes down, tags them, sticks them in the back of his pickup truck, and is driving out of his lease. And game warden stops him, right? Are you there, Sean?
Yeah.
Okay. So game warden stops him. He says, oh, yeah, take a look, and I got them all tagged and everything. So the game warden does his inspection, gets all done, and comes back and he says, man, those are some fine deer, but I'm wondering, where's your black buck? He says, my what? He says, your black buck. He goes, what species is that? He goes, well, look at your tag there. It's a African-American male. He's like, you're messing with me. Looks on his tag, and there's a picture down on the lower right he didn't notice before, but it's a picture of an African American male. It says black buck. It's like, whoa, that's crazy. And the guy's like, yeah, go take care of these deer, and then you better get out hunting, again, so you don't, just have nothing to do the rest of the season. So he goes out the next day, and he's sitting in his deer feeder. He's like, man, there's deer here. There's all I got is a herd of deer. There's nothing coming around. I better walk around and look. So he goes walking around, comes up over a ridge. Down in the valley below, he sees a picnic table, and there's Big Red and watermelon and fried chicken out all over these tables. And he's like, wow, let me sit up here. I bet this is a good spot. And lo and behold, just a whole ton of people come out of the woods. African American people come down, come to the table, start eating food and eating everything, having a big picnic. And he finds the biggest, it looks like a center on a football team, big giant guy. And he gets him lined up, and he feels a tap on his shoulder. He looks up. He says, what? And it's another hunter. And he goes, what are you doing? He goes, I'm about to take my shot. And he gets back down and looks through. The guy taps on the shoulder again. He goes, what the hell do you think you're doing, boy? He goes, what do you mean? He goes, that's my feeder. Get the hell out of here.
That's wrong, man.
Dude, I heard that joke when I was like a teenager. It's so stupid. Mika's like deleting all files, clearing. Mika, you have anything to worry about? I'm sure there's no African Americans in your country.
We have Americans in our country.
What country again?
Finland. And Your your ambassador.
Sorry.
Sorry. That guy who is sent by you to our country, I think it's called ambassador.
You have an African American ambassador from America?
No. Um, anyway, um, he's Bruce something, and he was ambassador of York. Hell no, don't know how to say, but anyway, he was here a long time because Obama has those 8 years. So this guy was there 8 years, and after he's lost his job, he's still staying here. So that guy who is ambassador of United States and is not anymore ambassador of United States, he's staying here and living here because he thought that this is a cool country.
No, I mean, that's pretty cool. You're an ambassador to the country and you decide to retire there. That's awesome.
Mm.
No, I mean, it means he loved his job. He loved your country. I can't think of anything better, man. That's awesome.
He's a really good guy. I think that he's best what you have.
Oh, we gave you our best crap.
No.
We're gonna have to re-import him now.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go on WhiteHouse.com and start a petition. Re-import the best we have.
The guy is very cool, and I think that he's best what you have sent to us.
Okay, so I'm just curious, Mika, how many people from Africa are in Finland? I mean, is it a large percentage, a small percentage? I mean, there's always the running joke of the shortest book in the world, African Americans I've met while yachting, and
This is a small country, about 5 million people. About 5 million people, and how many guys from Africa? Maybe 1,000 for 5 million, and from
that's not a lot.
no, that's not lost.
But
And
very cold in Finland. Not many people go to Finland who don't be born there, you know.
And most of the people coming, of course, there are working people, like in some companies. There are.
Okay, hold on. So
people coming from.
There's an influx into Germany of people from Syria. Has Finland experienced any recent influx of refugees or immigrants?
Yes, we have, but yes, there is. But if I'm going a little bit back, before this current event, we got at 18th a lot of people from Vietnam. From Vietnam, we got maybe a few thousand people at 70, not 70, at 18th. And those people, they are working, they are they are, how I said, they are like us. They came from Vietnam at 80s, and they are part of like us. There are few thousand of those, and then
That's awesome. You got to realize in where I work, in my area, I mean, my boss was Vietnamese. I've had 3 or 4 tellers who work at my bank who are Vietnamese. I mean, we have basically a ton of Vietnamese people here in North Texas. Love them to death. And I mean, they all came after the war, you know, in the 70s and early 80s.
yes. But somehow they got their 90s. And then there are those Somalis. And we have plenty of those.
I'm sorry, you have what?
Somalis. Guys,
Somalis.
Somalis.
Oh, from Somalia. Oh, okay.
We have plenty of those.
Okay, so the Somalians have immigrated into Finland, and
Yes.
I'm going to guess they're not the ones brought there by the Catholic Church. They're probably just average Somalis.
And
were they coming to fill jobs, basically?
They are different, like those Vietnamese. The first generation of Vietnamese, they went to the work and they are doing the work. But those Somalis, they are not doing anything. So the problem with Somalis is that there is maybe I don't want to be racist, but
okay, I'm gonna tell you this.
It's different. It's different culture, and they are different kind of people that we are, and they are looking for different kind of classes, but at here. Some of those are doing something, and I'm thinking that at second or third generation will be like us. But it takes at least 2 generations before they are doing something like we are doing. So
Hold on. Let me just try to figure this out. So the people who've immigrated from Somalia are living off government welfare, or are they working their asses off? Which one?
They will they don't have to do anything. They will get the payments.
Okay, that answers my question.
So they're living off of welfare. And hi guys, how's it going?
Hey, how you doing, Night Strike?
I'm doing good, Nathan. How you doing?
Oh, doing good. I love your Duke Nukem looking to the left. Or is that?
Actually, that's from Bionic Commando Rearmed. Bionic Commando was an old NES game from like the 80s, 90s, and they redid it several years ago. And that was this is one of the concept art they did for it.
I was thinking it was either Duke Nukem or Guile from Street Fighter.
Oh no, this is Bionic Commando Rearmed. It's more it's more Top Gun Iceman style than it is Duke Nukem.
Oh, good Lord, Iceman has let himself go so bad.
Yeah, and yes, I realize I am way too young to actually know the movie Top Gun, but let's be honest, the soundtrack has been around forever, and if you haven't seen the movie Top Gun, where the hell have you been living?
Hey, you know what? I have that same conversation with my early 20s tellers when I mention a movie, and they just give me this blank look, and I'm like, looking at them like, you seriously don't know something from the 90s? You know, I'm older. I know stuff from the 80s and the 90s, but these kids today, they don't remember anything.
I was born in '83, so I don't remember the early '80s or mid '80s too well, but I remember the late '80s pretty okay. I'm gonna say pretty okay because that's about as far as I go. But it wasn't a great time, and anybody that tells you any different is lying to you.
You're saying the late 80s wasn't a good time?
Oh, well, I'm talking like 87, 88. 89 is when it started getting interesting because the Berlin Wall fell. That was cool. But before then, it looked like it was going to be less cool than it was. Because I don't know if you remember this, but on TV they were talking about, back in the 80s, they were talking about how the Soviet Union wasn't doing great financially, and some people were even saying that if the Soviet Union was going to collapse, they might cause a nuclear war, just to go down in flames instead.
Okay, so you have.
I have fond memories of watching TV. Okay.
Okay. So I was born in '77, 6 years prior to you. And I remember everything in the 80s being cool. And I didn't buy into all that crap. I mean,
I didn't believe it either.
It was fear mongering.
But remember, when you're 4 or 5 years old, or 3 or 4 years old.
Yeah, I was 11. I was like, whatever.
But yeah, as a whole, the 80s were all right. But towards the ending part, before the Berlin Wall fell and the whole Soviet Union collapsed in like 91, 92? Or somewhere around there. 90, 91 or 2. One of those years. It didn't look very good. Because, it was this, you got this huge, they want to call themselves a utopia, but they weren't. They were as far removed from a utopia as Bernie Sanders is a proper Democrat.
Well, I'll just tell you this, that, I'm 6 years older than you, a whole 6 years.
Only 6.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, for those 6 years, I took standardized testing underneath my desk just in case a nuclear war happened while I was taking the standardized testing so that the rubble would fall.
Were you trying to cheat doing that?
Nah.
He had tinfoil wrapped around his head, too.
Sean, you're the one I'd believe having tinfoil because you're out there in the boonies. I'm surprised you got electricity out there, Sean.
I got a hydroelectric generator.
Oh, you got one of those fancy hydroelectric generators. Awesome.
Actually, technically, I do because most of our power that we get here is generated by hydroelectric. Because we have, I think we get it from 3 different sources. 2 of them are hydroelectric. The other one is a coal, whatever. It burns coal anyway. Those are the 3 sources that our cooperative gets power from. And so, yeah, most of my power comes from hydroelectric.
Yeah, I know, but
Wait. So most of your power comes from water flowing, coal burning and poisoning you, and just in general sadness?
Yeah, both of them. Yeah.
but no nuclear
that's
power plants. I mean, that's what we're all about these days.
It's supposed to be clean coal, where they do something with I'm not sure what they do, but I know that they capture the gases or something.
And doesn't smell.
Yeah, they make something else even more hideous out of the gases they're giving off. They process it and do something with it, and I think they make medicine out of it or something to kill us all.
If you want clean coal, just use wood. There you go.
Burning coal is just burning wood, and there's no way to make it clean. It's just going to be, if you can stick a small net over it and catch half that crap is the only difference. But it doesn't really make a huge difference. And, I love people who say, oh, we're going to get these EPA standards, we're going to do all this stuff. And
I scoff at that. I just say, where are we, California?
Well, no, they keep cutting I don't think a nuclear power plant has been open since 1970.
No, they just built one here in South Carolina.
Did they?
Yeah. No, we're still building nuclear facilities. Don't sell yourself short thinking we're not.
There used to be one kind of near here. We didn't get any power from it, but it was 50, 60 miles away over in Dothan. There was one, but it shut down in the late 90s, I believe. They had it was not anything catastrophic, but they had a leak or something, and I don't think anybody was even affected by it. I think it was in an area that people never actually go into when it's running or anything. But they had a leak in there or something, and it caused an uproar, and they shut it down.
Granted, right now it's probably better to build a nuclear reactor now than it would be trying to build it back in the 80s or the 70s or further back, even the 60s. We did have nuclear power plants in the 60s too. Just the problem is now we have a standardized way of building them, so they're safer, but remember, it's still a nuclear reactor, anything could happen. I guess I'm generalizing, and I'm not a nuclear technician. But, nuclear power, it's not bad. It's not great either. But, it doesn't put as much, emissions as a coal-burning plant would. You just have to worry about not letting it get out of hand and, melting down.
Yeah, I just looked at Wikipedia. Screw you all. 1977 was the last new nuclear reactor, which, by the way, was Zero's born. So 38 years without a new one.
Awesome.
So so how many are currently still running though? Because I don't know when that one over in Dothan was built.
Less than 100, but they do have licenses, and the ones that exist can add additional things and things like that. But there are many new ones. But the thing here is when I'm driving around here in Texas, I see all these windmills, just all these windmills.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're throwing them up everywhere, which I don't have a problem with. I'm cool with that. It's great that these giant windmills are blowing and going.
You mean wind turbines?
Yeah,
Because it's wind power. They generate power from the wind, or wind turbines.
That's kind of what a windmill does.
Well, no, a windmill turns a mill that mills flour. Okay, that's what a
Or-
windmill does.
Pumps water or
Yeah, it can pump
generates
water.
electricity.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. Giant fields of wind turbines.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh my God, Michael's taking
I think we put him to sleep.
We all know what Nat was saying.
Micah, instead of wind turbines, do y'all have like ice turbines there?
No, we have those same windmills that you have. And we are not milling anything. But anyway, windmills or wind turbines. We have those here. But is really that your latest nuclear power plant is from 1977? You haven't built any plants after that?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah, but we have some that's been running and upgraded and
You see,
Yeah,
unlike some
things like
countries, we
that.
don't just turn ours off. We sometimes even upgrade them.
well, actually, the one that's near here is turned off. They shut it down
Yeah.
in the 90s.
We dismantle
Really?
more. Yeah, we dismantle more than we upgrade.
Yeah, I'm
They-
about to say,
they
we're taking them
completely-
offline.
They completely dismantled the one here, which is the one the Simpsons are the one in the in the nuclear power plant in the Simpsons.
That's Pennsylvania. Is that 3 Mile?
No, the plant they based off of is in Oregon, and they tore it down. They completely tore it down. I think about 3, 4, maybe 5 years ago, they blew up the stack. They the big old the cooling stack. They demolished it to the ground. They spent I forgot how much money here, like developing wave like these fucking things that go in the ocean that basically the waves make them move up and down and it creates energy. And like they had them like almost to the point where it was like all they had to do is figure out the perfect spot to drop this prototype in. They had they were right to the point of doing it, and then the fucking state defunded it and just hung them out to dry. And now they just have this wave generator sitting on a fucking dock, like just gathering dust.
No, that's actually, holy cow, that's genius. I mean,
What?
seriously, with the waves of the ocean, just somewhere where things can rise up and down and
Yeah,
use.
and they had figured out a way. They had figured out a way to do it so that I don't think it even sat on. I'm not sure if it sat on the They were. I remember them talking about two different models, and I don't know which one they went with. But there's one that doesn't even go on the surface. Like, it's like in the water and in a place where it won't your boat won't run into it or some shit like that.
Who cares if it's on the surface or not? Because it's going to be a big ball of just air. It's
Yeah.
gonna go up and down.
But they ended up fucking canceling it at I came in like the last minute. Like like they had gone through all the rigmarole, built the thing, and then the legislator canceled it.
That technology, there are few Finnish companies who are doing that, and there are power plants at Norway and at Atlantic where there are big waves and big moving about the water up and down, and that's new technology, and it's maybe it's good, maybe it's coming and showing some potential or not, but there are plants, and so that's technology which is at the development state. So they are making those plants and getting some power, but that's new technology, and it's possible that it's not worth. So
I just put a link in the side chat. You guys are talking about wave farms, right?
Yeah, there's a. Apparently, you can't do it. You can't just do it anywhere. There's like optimal like ocean that will generate the most energy. Like you have to find like the right piece of water to stick them in to get the most energy. And apparently, like on the west coast, that area is like right off a part of the Oregon coast.
So it would be very good source of energy, but it's new technology. It's waiting.
Well, you're talking about just harnessing the power of the ocean, which once you open up that idea and figure out waves and currents, I mean, think about it. All waterfall hydroelectric plants are just waterfalls with energy coming through them. If you can figure out harnessing the ocean, I mean, that's big.
Yeah, here
if you scroll right
down,
way.
if you scroll down, it has the Oregon locations. And last I heard, and this doesn't give you any information, but last I heard they canceled both of them.
Oh yeah, that nuclear plant I was talking about near here, Farley. It's actually still in operation. Apparently they didn't shut it down. I guess they just laid a bunch of people off when I thought it was shut down. But I know they had a big thing in the 90s. I thought they had shut it down, but I guess they didn't. Said that in the 80s they commissioned a second unit. So in the 70s is when they built it, and then in the 80s they added a second unit, and they had some expansion in 2011, but I'm not sure what that was.
Wow.
So apparently it's still running. I thought it was shut down. You drive down to the road where the gate is, and it looks like nobody's been down that road in about 20 years. There's like grass growing up through the middle of the road and shit. So I don't know.
They say it says here the Coos Bay wave farm would generate 100 megawatts of electricity.
Yeah, it's like
okay. They didn't build a new entire facility in South Carolina. They're currently building 2 new units at the current VC summer site. So they are building 2 new reactors, but they're already at a reactor site that already has one running.
Yeah, so that's just considered an upgrade then.
Yeah.
I mean, if we get right down to it, if we continue to slowly utilize wave, wind, and solar power, we should be able to, with the combination of the battery power we have now that can store that energy get past having to burn crap into the atmosphere. I mean, there's still necessity for burning the hell out of stuff for big projects, but just in general, just for living our lives, we can sustain on natural stuff.
Yeah, I'm not saying that we can't. You know, if you watched Elon Musk's review of the Powerwall, you know, he mentioned that we just need like a small area to power the entire country off of solar power. It's like 1 pixel, he said, or something like that. You know, on a computer screen. That's how big it would be just in real life. But the point is, you know, with renewable energy, the problem we face today is that it's just too expensive. Like I just got a quote for my house to switch it entirely to solar panels, or to get solar panels to outweigh my power usage. Yeah, it would cost me $85,000 for a 20 kilowatt system.
And that's half of what it used to cost. So
It's not even really worth it here anymore because you can't get you can't sell your extra back to the power company anymore. So it's not even really worth it. It used to be worth it because you could kind of pay for part of it with the kickback from the power company for your extra power, but I can't remember if it was last year or the year before when most of the power companies in Alabama stopped buying power back.
That's so wrong on so many levels.
There's like places in Florida that you can't even do that anyway. You can't even be hooked to the same grid or some crap.
Yeah, but you know, regardless of, even if you're running, even if you're just generating a little bit of power, if you ever have a grid failure or something knocks out the power in your area, you're going to have electricity when nobody else does.
Oh yeah, well there's that aspect of it, but I mean like as far as you know, it paying for itself or anything, because you know that's usually a selling point, is that it pays for itself, you know, because of the fact that you can sell the power back, blah blah blah. You know, that's not a factor in a lot of places. I don't know how many have been doing that, but I know it started somewhere else because Alabama was one of the places that jumped on the bandwagon of refusing to buy the power back. And I know that all the cooperatives, the power cooperatives in Alabama, they've all stopped buying the power back. And I would think that they would be some of the ones that would be right on top of that.
Yeah,
that's basically what they do anyway, is they share power.
That sounds super fishy, if you know what I mean. Like they have money invested in other areas, and it doesn't be.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a political thing.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Power is power, no matter where you get it from. So what would it matter if you're buying it from some dude's solar panels, or you're getting it from hydroelectric or coal burning plants? You know.
Well, it's probably making the coal plants even less useful than they were, because you know, we've got hydroelectric everywhere that it can go now in Alabama. So we don't have near as many coal plants as we used to have. So I'm sure that's a big factor there, because they're getting rid of slowly trying to get rid of the coal plants, and you know, the coal industry doesn't like that.
Well, they can move to China. China loves coal plants.
Oh yeah, they just burn it in open fields just for fun, don't they?
I don't know.
Hey, wait. Okay, so I want to say something about China and other developing nations. They're doing the same crap we did 100 years ago.
Yeah, but it's that.
Don't hold it against them. Don't say EPA and all this bullshit. We burned the hell out of crap to set the standard.
Yeah, but it's 100 years later. I mean, if it was 100 years ago, we're all doing it. That's fine. But
Yeah, but we kind of expect them to be able to jump to
oh,
where we are now.
China has
And
no
we
excuse.
kind of had to go through a bunch of crap to get there. Now,
Yeah,
I know that China does it because it's cheap as hell, and they can profit a lot more
but
by not following any of those standards. And
where
it's
they
like
say
they just refuse to do it, and they're like, well, we're doing it, but you can't bring
China.
anybody in here to prove whether we're doing it or not, because we're not going to allow that. And corporations are like, okay, we're good with that. We'll buy your shit anyway.
China's not some small developing Asian country. China is like a fucking mega powerhouse. They have no excuse. Like maybe when they were like first coming out of World War II, they had an excuse, but they don't have an excuse now. Yeah, we were doing it 100 years ago, but China's not some fucking poor ass undeveloped. I mean, they are undeveloped, and there are parts of China that is
Yeah,
poor,
but
but you
they've
can't.
strategically set up their infrastructure to be that way,
Yeah.
to keep the majority of their country in that state in order to control them.
China's created all this pollution because it's cheap and because they can make a fuck ton of money by not following anybody else's standards. And so, like if it was like some like small African country or maybe some small Asian country, then yeah, I can totally dig that argument, Nathan. But China, I'm sorry, they're fucking like what second biggest economy in the world.
No, they're playing catch up to us, and they're using our rules.
Yeah, but they're not following any of the rules, so fuck them.
No, they're not following the rules we give them.
Oh,
There's a difference.
the world, like it's not just us that follows these rules. It's like most of the developed nations and a lot of undeveloped nations follow these rules. Like they just don't follow them because they can make more money and gain more power. So eventually, I mean, honestly, it's backfiring in their face. They have like you've seen the pictures of like Beijing on bad pollution days.
Good Lord, have you seen the smog? Oh.
And the thing about China is they've designed this themselves, because they are in a position where their infrastructure could be as developed, if not more so, than the Western world. But they choose to keep their country in the state that it's in, so that the powers that be are more prosperous.
And it's not like it's just like they're making this pollution, keeping like small villages lit and like refrigerators going. They're making this pollution from factories, like big ass fucking factories, churning out the shit that like the world buys, but not following any of the standards that the rest of the world follows. And that's why they're able to get a leg up in the economy, because they can basically do it without having to spend the extra money that everybody else that manufactures goods has to follow.
My coworker married a Chinese woman, and he made trips to the China, and this woman owns an apartment in some small Chinese town, and they are using coal to warm the houses. So
Okay.
it's little town in somewhere in China, and there are plenty of houses which are warmed with coal. So the pollution and the smoke is big.
Yeah. Well, even then, like warming your house with coal couldn't put out as much pollution as they're creating. It's industrial. I mean, you burn coal to heat your house, you create a
Yes,
certain amount of pollution.
yes, but that's the only
think you broke up, Micah.
Are no central heating. There are anything. It's China. China is country. It's third world country. It's it's not like Western country. It's third world country,
Well,
and there are a lot of places which are living at 19th centuries or
yeah, but like
early 20th centuries.
it's
Yeah,
like
the working class basically, or the lower, I guess it would be the equivalent of our lower middle class, the physical labor workers. Uh, that's like, the slums. Looks like when you go over there and look at those villages, it looks like slums, but those are the people working in factories and stuff. Those are the people that are driving their economy, and they're living in squalor.
yeah, they don't have, you can't have much of an excuse when you have like Hong Kong and Beijing, or like they have cities that are like amazing. Like Hong Kong is a freaking metropolis, a modern metropolis, more modern than some American cities, and like
But the most of Chinese are not living those
yeah,
big cities. They are living in
I
the
know.
And that's why those cities are able to be that way, because those people that are living in shit are driving the economy that allows those cities to be able to be that way.
Yeah, it's basically there's no benefit in making the poor, like bringing the poor out of like coal burning poverty, because it doesn't it I don't know how to explain it.
It would bring, those places would come up, but the big cities like Hong Kong would have to come down in order
Yeah.
for those to come up, and that's not going to happen. Nobody on top is ever going to come down so that somebody below them can come up. That's the problem with any system
It's
that
just
rewards the top and punishes the bottom.
Every system does that.
yeah, I mean you see it here
Some
in
are worse than most.
That's why that it's never going to be able to be that way. For it to do that, anytime any system starts looking like that it will do that, people start screaming socialism and communism, and then it goes right back to the way it was before. Because in order to have that, somebody's got to give something up. And then anytime somebody thinks they're going to have to give something up, then they start screaming socialism and communism, because they don't know what either one of those is to start with. But you're trying to take something from me, so it's either socialist or communist.
at China. They are not shouting those words.
No, because they get run over with tanks if they shout.
Yeah. Yeah, the last guy got ran over with a tank.
Yeah, Hong Kong is part of China. It was a British colony, and now it's Chinese.
In 2000, it went over to China.
Yes.
But uh, Hong Kong, Shanghai, and those kind of places, they are not typical Chinese
Oh, I
towns.
know. We know. I mean,
That's New York City versus Alabama.
yeah. What's the biggest city in Finland? Like, I'm sure that doesn't represent the rest of your country. It's like that everywhere.
No, it's a totally different thing, because this is very homogeneous.
Finland's fairly small area, so
Yes.
it's pretty homogeneous.
Is it?
Kind of I'm sure there's differences from one area to another, but isn't it fairly the same across the board for the
Yes,
most part?
yes. It's only the speaking. There are people are. I don't know why it's the current. It's a real word for the murre. So, but there are no so big difference. If you're living in this country, it's no different where are you living. If it's big city or rural area,
That's cool.
that's
See,
that's no
that's not.
different.
I've never been to a country. It's like every country I've ever been to, the city is completely different than the rural. Whether it's here or Canada or places in Asia I visited, like it's just a different lifestyle, different types of people. I don't know. I've yet.
Are you harassing us with the 39s?
Oh, I was showing. Yeah, Mika, I got another M39.
You mean you got two of them?
Well, I had one, and then I got another.
Oh.
The bottom one is my new one, my Seiko. It's not as clean as my original M39. The bore is a little dark, but strong rifling, and it's a little bit more beat up. But that's good because I want one that I can shoot. I don't want I don't my other one's like a safe queen that I've only shot like maybe, I don't know, about 60, 70 rounds through. And I won't shoot corrosive ammo in my nice one, so having one that's a little beat up is good. I need to get an M28 now so I can round out the collection. Back to guns, sorry. Oh, yeah, there you go. M39. Well, what manufacturer?
Um, uh, it will it will take some time. I have to get some light.
Dude, the second batch of M39s I went through Classic Firearms sold out in like, I don't even fucking know. It was like instantaneous.
Apparently, according to a Mosin group that I'm in on Facebook, apparently a lot of people have been really pissed off with the M39s that they've bought over the last, I guess it's the last few days or last week or so, or maybe they just got them within the last few days. But they've been really pissed off at Classic because they've been like busted up and stuff. They've been in really bad shape. Where it was like the condition that they were supposed to be was nowhere near what they got. What they got was barely even a shootable rifle,
Really?
and the condition was supposed to be like good and very good, and
I would
like
say
the different grades. And
I got a
theirs were like scrap, basically, is what some of them ended up getting.
See, I would say good. Like I wouldn't say excellent. Oh, I didn't pay for the excellent. I already have an excellent rifle, and I kind of didn't want another one. But as far as what I ordered, I got exactly what I ordered, and it was well worth the money. But yeah, it was a little beat up. There's like a rub mark on one side of the stock where it was like in a case, like a crate. You know what I mean? Like where the
Yeah.
but that's like whatever. Like definitely new damage. I wouldn't say it was like old damage, but whatever.
Oh no, these guys had, they were showing pictures of like splits, down the forend, and cracks around the grip, and just bad stuff, and like where the bolts were like rusted and pitted up and stuff like that. Just bad, like it looked like literally scrap.
That's
And
crazy.
some of them, the ones with the bad stocks, of course, you could still put it in a stock and make a shooter out of it. But
Or you could just repair the stock.
well, if it wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
Some of them look like they might have been too bad off for that, unless you just wanted a really gaudy patch on there. Because I'm sure you could use some fiberglass fill to fix it with, but it still wouldn't look very good. But it would make it shootable. But some of them you would have to completely replace the stock on them because it was just bad.
That sucks. That's too bad.
It's like they were running out of the grades quicker than like faster than than they were actually filling their quotas for them. So they were replacing them with the grade below, and they just kept having to go down.
I could see that because I when I was ordering my original order, like as soon as I clicked the buy thing, it was like it told me that the grade that I wanted, which was like the hand-picked, was like already sold out. Like that, I was like, what the fuck? Like it wasn't sold out, and then it was, and then I picked the grade next down, and then I bought that. I guess I got lucky then, or some people got unlucky. I don't know. I mean, it's like a definite like okay, so it's got the square. You can see the bottom. Okay, so it's the bottom rifle, and you can see where the two pieces of the stock meet. And you can see the square.
Yeah, where it was put back together.
Yeah, no, well that's the way they make them. The one you can see, the one above it has the angular splices, and the one below has got the square.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So this bottom rifle that's a post-war stock. And the one at the angular, the like 30-degree angles, that's a intermediate or like mid to late war stock. And so this bottom rifle is also got like pitted on the receiver, but finished over. You know what I mean? So this bottom rifle is definitely a post-war refurbish because all the pitting has been. The finish is over the pitting that was there.
Yeah, it's been refinished.
And there's no pitting anywhere else on it. There was no rust on it. It was covered in grease. It was covered in oil, grease, and cosmoline, which was really
which
was really weird. Yeah, but it was cool. It came off. It cleaned up really well. But
I guess it would because the cosmoline would probably just slip right off.
The grease came off relatively easy. It's like So this bottom rifle is definitely a post-war refurbished rifle, and definitely has seen use. But like I don't know, man. Like I'm happy with what I got, but I could see how I personally looking at like the video, what they got, I think they should have gone through and built, done more categories than the two categories they did. Because they didn't have that many cases of rifles there. They could have easily gone through them all. And it's kind of too bad to hear that because they have a decent reputation for not doing shit like that.
Well, there were some guys on there that was like, well, mine wasn't quite as good as I thought it was going to be, but it's still fine. And then there was those guys that were like, well, look, here's a picture of why I'm so angry. And then they posted a picture, and you could clearly see why they were ticked off about it. But there were some guys that were on there that were talking about how theirs didn't look quite as good as they thought it would because of the grade, but they were still satisfied because it wasn't bad. But yeah, some of them were bad.
I mean, I paid probably $150 less than they go for normally for what I got, so I'm definitely feel like I saved some money. I don't know. I feel lucky then.
Welcome back, Heavy B.
Hola, thank you. Nice to see y'all. How is everybody doing?
Doing good.
What are you doing?
You're about to say something, Micah?
Yes, about these rifles. Um, uh, Mine is how the stock, the wooden parts. The wooden parts are not um, what was used at the war. So
Square joints.
So they're replacements.
yes, after the war, they they took those rifles and made some modifications because they thought that there would be some need of these guns. So they were upgrading these guns. They were working with these guns if we should need these anymore for some war. And I forget, somebody said something which I'm trying to remember. The wooden parts are they are replaced, but there was something else somebody said.
My new rifle's I think it's a Tula 1905 receiver, and then the barrels, everything else is Seiko. And it's a post-war, like I said earlier, a post-war stock. I think the barrel's 1942, so it's 1905 hex Tula. I think it's a hex. I think it's Tula. I can't remember now. I know it's 1905, and then 1942 Seiko. And then the one above it is I don't remember what the receiver is, but it's a round receiver. The 1942 Belgium, a Belgium barrel.
Ah, now, yes, the barrel. So, so they got barrels from different factories.
Yeah, Tika, Valmet, Seiko, and the B
And
barrels.
from Belgium. And that's a big thing if you are a collector. And my gun is almost perfect, but the barrel is not the best one. So you were asking about marking of this gun. So I don't remember what those markings are, but this barrel is not the best one.
That's too bad.
That sucks.
Yes.
I got lucky with my first one.
Anyway, nice rifle, and there is something special because this kind of rifles were used at the war in the both sides, not only
Fighting off those Russians, right?
yes.
Well, the Finnish rebuilt Russian rifle. That's how the M30. That's why the M39 looks a little different, because it's completely rebuilt Mosin Nagant. They basically made it better, improved.
Yeah, they capture those rifles from the Russian troops and then just rebuilt them, right?
First with the M28 and then with the M39. But they also use some. I mean, if they didn't have enough M38s or M29s, M28s, M39s, they would just use captured Mosins.
Now, is it still in 7.62 by 54R?
Yes, that's the big thing, is to keep the ammo that the Russians use, so that way you could capture ammo or
Okay.
capture airdrops or whatever. It's an easy way to resupply your army by taking the other army's ammo.
Hmm. And when I was army at late 80s and early 90s, we used the old cannons. What what is the name? Is the big thing which is shooting the big thing from the barrel?
A grenade launcher?
No, bigger one.
Like a howitzer? Like a artillery?
Artillery.
Yes, artillery. Yes, and and we had two kinds of those. We have big ones made in Finland and smaller made in Russia, and those Russian guns was got at the war, and we shot the last ammo from the war.
Oh wow.
So it was about 50 years
That you still had
after the war, and I was shooting the last ammo.
That's
with-
awesome.
That's pretty
Russian
cool.
ammo. And and I took some memorable things from the army with with the ammo bunches, and they are Russian
Nice.
Russian writing.
Hey, Edge, how's it going?
What's going on?
How's that cancer feeling?
Delicious.
Awesome. But, yeah, Edge, you're a big knife guy, right?
Well, I wouldn't say big, but I can appreciate a great good knife.
Okay. What about bayonets? You into bayonets?
I'll appreciate them. I don't own any. I need to get one for my AR-15.
You're not a real man until you own bayonets.
It's
Yeah.
true.
G-Webs is the bayonet aficionado amongst other people here as well.
I'm not an aficionado. I just believe that if you're going to own a rifle, you need to own a rifle with a bayonet on it. Otherwise,
I
it's
think
not a true
Yar
rifle.
knows a thing or two about a bayonet too.
You got a real
I wish,
bad boys on it.
I wish I could buy bayonets for these M39s, but I'd probably spend as much, if not more, money on the bayonet than I did on the rifle.
But you got to make
Yeah.
the rifle look complete, right?
I found an M28 bayonet, but M39 bayonets are like $500-$600 a piece.
You spend more on the bayonet than the rifle.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
like
why.
K31s are several hundreds of dollars, from 300 on up, and a rifle, a bayonet's about $100 for K31 with the
By
scabbard.
the way, just throwing it out there, that Classic Firearms are selling Tula Mosin Nagants if anyone wants one. And they're also selling Iskavex 9130s.
I thought they were already sold out.
No, they got more of them. I
Well,
got an email like last night.
no, a guy earlier today on a Mosin Nagant group said that they were already sold out. So
Really, they still got
don't
listed
know.
as in stock on the website.
I'm not. I got other irons in the fire, so I'm not able to. I don't know if I really want another one anyway, but I've got a 9130. But no, they were saying earlier today that they were already sold out.
I think you're thinking of the finished M39s.
No, the 9130s that just came in because somebody said that that they had 9130s. A guy came back and said they're already sold out.
Says on their website they're still in stock, so who knows?
maybe it was the top grade ones, because most of these guys only they only deal in like the really good shit.
I mean, honestly, if I was gonna get one, I don't want a safe queen. I want one that I can actually go and use.
I
So
don't believe in. I don't believe in most of the gun would ever be a safe queen for anybody. Unless you have like some super rare model shooter.
I got a safe queen. But you can at that price you can afford to get a rare one and a shooter. Those are the only two Nagants I own. I don't own any Russian ones, but I will sooner or later. I'm more into like the other countries.
The one pictured there looks to be in worse condition than mine.
Well, shit. When you go to the gun show now, I'm gonna go this coming month. I'm putting it off. That's too much. But the local gun show, they have. I mean, the $100 Mosins are like, man, beat to live in shit. Like, you'd have to be a real good, craftsman with, wood to even restore the stock. You're not to buy another one. Just beat the fucking hell. Much less the barrel, the quality of the barrel.
Mine's not a Tula though. I don't remember what it is. I have to pull that little chart out to remember which stamp it has on it.
I don't know. And if you're also I just remembered the Finns also used they used Swedish Mausers also. You can find Swedish Mausers with SA, Finnish Army markings on the receivers.
What I'd like to get is what's that British rifle? The one that shoots
Leonfield.
Yeah, Leonfield, the 303 British.
Fucking awesome. I have one of those also.
Very nice. I've shot with buddies, and it's a fun rifle to shoot.
Yeah, 10 round. Damn, if that thing came in a different caliber, like if they made I mean, you can find them in other calibers, but
I've heard of people rechambering them for like 30-06 to save money.
yeah, but I don't know how well that works. You can find 303, especially that Pivy Partisan ammo. You can find 303 for cheap.
You can find it. It's just not. It's not inexpensive.
it's not common, is what you mean. You can't find it commonly.
Oh, I can. The Pivy Partisan stuff's only about
Academy got it.
It's about $13 or $14 a box.
It's not like,
I mean locally. I don't mean online or anything.
Oh, I mean Academy stocks it in the past.
When I buy that weird ammo, I usually buy it online because it's hard to find locally.
I mean, most of those higher caliber rifles, I'm only gonna shoot like 20 rounds max. Take to the range for the most part. I mean, the most, I only shoot maybe 10 or 15. I think that back squared out butt plate sucks.
You gotta get a butt pad for it.
Yeah, it just knocks the fuck out of you. No matter how you try, like, hey, you're pulling up on it. Get up on that son of a bitch. No, it fucking nails you every time.
Aside from my SKS not liking steel-cased ammo, which I can't fix that. I'm going to probably have to take it to a better gunsmith than myself because he has all the tools. But
Wait, what? A SKS that don't like steel-cased ammo?
No, the
That's
steel
a
case.
boat anchor.
Yeah, I know. The steel cases get stuck. We had this discussion before.
Yeah.
Remember?
You gotta have.
I've tried everything. Don't even ask me to do anything. Believe me, I've tried it all.
What were you gonna ask about bayonets earlier? Did you have a question, or are you just asking?
No, I was going to say that my SKS, when it does shoot and eject properly, I have no recoil on it. So, well, the recoil isn't as bad as, like, say, I guess shooting 308.
Yeah, it's a tiny cartridge compared. Semi-auto also. absorbs a lot of recoil. And an intermediate caliber, so. Damn, the guy sold the Finnish M28 bayonet that I wanted to buy. That sucks.
Oh no. If I find one, I'll let you know.
Yeah, good luck. They're hard to find and they're usually beat the shit when I find them.
That's really the only way you're gonna get one.
Oh no. I can find them. I just have to dig. I got, where is it? I'm pretty good at finding stuff that's not beat up for not paying an arm and a leg. There we go. You got a fan blowing on your mic there, Edge?
Yeah, I can mute.
You're trying to get your long flowing locks of hair to blow in the breeze.
My mullet. Actually, I did the whole fucking crew cut finally. Yeah, I still don't think fuck it, just chop it all off.
God damn it.
I don't know, man. You're messing with perfection.
Exactly. Being these, being the Dalai Lama reincarnated, it's troublesome all itself.
Man, I should have bought that bayonet when I had a chance.
Gun channels.
Where do you get those mugs?
Yeti?
There's-
Academy.
There's really?
Academy, any like tactical store you got in your local area, if you have one online, eBay, about $40. It costs $40. But your beer never gets cold, never gets warm.
That is, you know, this is first world problems right there.
I mean, dude, that's like you want to get into make some money. It's a new business, like whole Yeti, like engraving and customizing, powder coating them, and all kinds of shit, coating them, and with designs. That's like it's an animal. It's growing like a whole new business.
That's it. M28, Micah?
At the moment, I cannot say what this is, but this is the real thing.
Yeah, that M39.
I have seen the fake ones, but this is the real.
Man. Oh well.
And the stupid part is that I didn't realize what this was when I bought it, because there was more than one for to get. So nowadays there are places which are selling these, and some places are selling the fake ones, and they are selling that they are saying that they are fakes,
Yeah.
but still they are selling.
Lots of counterfeit.
But they are honest. They are saying that they are fakes, and but many of
Is yours real or is it a fake?
this is real,
Okay.
and many of these wasn't used at the war because this is bad knife. This is not good knife. This was, and there was not many of those made. So
I got a question for Mika.
Hmm?
What's the best hamburger joint in Finland?
what?
What's the best hamburger place?
Hamburger place.
Yeah. Give me something.
I prefer.
Stump you there. Now you're thinking.
He might live out in the boonies. You know, he might not live in the main city because he has rifles.
Edge, like you need any more hamburgers?
Yes, I do. Yes, I mean gourmet. Lost all my muscle.
You know, Edge needs to eat one in every country. He has to go to the best place.
No, I'm more of a beer guy. That's why you want to join the service. I know back in the day, I was like, yeah, join the Navy, get to see the world, and drink your fucking foreign beer. It's cause like priority number one. I never did join the service. I tried to. And didn't work out.
I probably should have, but I didn't.
That's one of my deepest regrets, not doing it, and just seeing the world, for the most part. So I tell my kid's 20, I tell him, hey, keep fucking up in college. I got a plan for you. What's that, Dad? No, just wait. Actually, they're kicking people out of the military now. And get the fuck out.
We're not really keeping people in the military these days, which is a problem.
Yeah, they're kicking them out. I remember
they're keeping the generals that are way past their expiration date.
I worked as a contractor for a defense company once, and I remember being on base at Lackland, and you go to Subway, and there's some big folks, man. And about that time, they started really, turning it or demanding people meet their fitness requirements, and people were dropping like flies, man, retiring. Sorry, I'm out. So they're like, yeah, I'm too far gone to get back in shape to where I can pass a fitness requirement test or something like that. Some big boys.
Snacky is the best place for. I think that it's the best place to get hamburgers. I posted the link at the.
He posted the link in Google Chat.
There you go. See it.
Yes. And that was that was a big deal for me when I was about 18 or 17 years old.
Trout burgers?
I can tell why. Holy balls.
And about when I was 17 or 18 years old, Snacky was number one, and it was place to hang out. And when we have the cars, and it was really thing.
So it's 1980. I had to translate that page. Damn.
That we have a cars, and we could drive. And
Edge, you're looking at the wrong page. You're looking at the wrong page, Edge.
How's that? It's taxi. Take taxi.
Edge, you're looking at the wrong page.
Those taxi is one hamburger, and that hamburger is my favorite hamburger because
I will definitely give you to the
Edge is sitting there looking at the cheeseburgers.
Right.
Yeah, there's a bunch of hot chicks. I like your advertising policy.
They can feed me. I mean, they got that. That looks like a Big Mac. They got that.
You say they sell hamburgers as well?
Yeah. It's like a Big Mac that
One can only hope.
But yeah, man, that's cool. It's funny when you ask because whenever I think of Finland or some places always see pictures of people eating fish. That's all over here. See, like, that's like a weed fisher. All right, weed fisher too. And people eat too much fish. So I bring the class in chat.
Yeah.
This is why I'm not in any chats anymore.
So that's what we're calling it these days.
You're not in chat anymore because you're lazy.
That's how do you know me? It's good to see new people in here, though.
Yep, that's going.
Well. So you guys all excited about the new 511 8-pix pants?
No.
The what?
511 8-pix.
Were they
pants.
elastic waist for?
They're made of. Their whole thing I see, what I've seen so far there, is that there's a lot of people complaining like, well, if you wore tack pants, especially if you're, in the law enforcement, people see you coming a mile away or whatever, they run, especially if, they're paranoid, they looking for him. And these pants are supposed to like subdue that to where you don't see everything, it's kind of more nonchalant, concealed. And that's their goal with these pants. I bought a pair of the striker pants recently, which I do like. That that elastic grip stop material they put. It does have some stretch to it, which is convenient when you kneel or flex a little bit, whatever. It's not like the pants are restricting you. It is neat. It's expensive.
Oh, but what am I going to do with all my surplus fatigues?
I don't know. Paint them. Halloween's coming.
No, you dye clothes. You don't paint them.
What?
Dye, paint, it's the same damn thing.
Actually, I got a pair of Vertex pants I need to dye because, man, I wore those. They're khaki, but like, whatever, and those suckers get dirty. Rub against anything, man. They fucking get dirty as shit. I need to dye those like navy blue or something. I can't stand them. I love wearing them. They're comfortable as shit and they breathe, cotton, but they just absorb everything you rub against. It's almost like you're wearing white. I wore tack pants to work for the most part because I used to wear regular slacks, and it sucks when you're fucking an IT guy and you gotta be fucking crawling your desk running wire and shit, and you're chewing up your $80 slacks. I'd just rather do something that's gonna last me longer. You going to shop, PBR?
No.
I wish I could. Working on it. Let's see. I'll be
We all wish we could.
Well, it's been a couple years of making. I got my credentials approved to go. And I would like to go, but I'd have to. It just depends. There's like a Hail Mary based lawsuit I got going with this fucking asshole who ran over me and a drunk driver hit me in the fucking truck pickup. My pedicab that I was in, a little bicycle cab, and then knocked the fuck out of this. If that cook tends to flourish before January, there's a shot.
Yeah, good luck.
Well, it was back in April, so I'm hoping it's pretty fucking obvious. I even have a video. We'll see. It's funny when I got fucking knocked over, then the cops finally showed up there. Security. I actually gave my kids a carry license. Are you carrying right now? No, I'm fucking drinking. I'm carrying shit. They're all fucking hammered too, but we weren't fucking driving.
So wait, you had your carry license on you, but you weren't carrying.
Oh, my gun was in my car. Like, you can't go hit the bars, go bar hopping, fucking gun on you.
Right, it's true.
I almost let that one in the bag. It's like, you get your pistol on you right now? No, it's in the car. Oh, shit. No, it's not in the car.
There are states where you can carry at the bar.
Yes, there are, but there's no point in it. I mean, you're there.
You're not allowed to imbibe alcohol.
Yeah, pretty much.
There are states that don't have any rules regarding that whatsoever, but you shouldn't be doing that regardless.
Because if you get into it, I mean, the chances of you getting into that's why I don't go to bars anymore. I'm not like 20 all night, all day. Back in the day, but I mean, you get irritable, people, and then you get to the point where because once you start carrying a gun, it's like there's no more fist fighting because you have a gun on you. You get in a fist fight, then they can take away your gun, so you got to back off and get out of there no matter what they're calling you or telling you. You got to leave until you get to the point where you can't leave, and then there you go. And it's going to get ugly real quick, and you're going to be the guy like, why do you have a gun in a bar? You have the right to, like the people are saying in certain areas, but realistically, what are you going to? I mean, you're never going to win that one. I only had 2 beers.
That's why I don't drink, I don't drink anymore. So aren't there states where you can't even carry a gun into a bar?
No, I mean Texas here, they have that 50-50 deal sign where it says if the establishment makes more than 50% of its revenue from alcohol, you cannot carry it in this place. Pretty much any bar.
How would you know that?
Well, because it's a bar. They make 50% more than 50% of the revenue from alcohol. Like a restaurant where you go like a bar and grill, or they have Mexican joints that we serve margaritas and Mexican food and popular, or we serve these Irish places that have.
Forgive me for saying this, but that sounds retarded for fucking Texas.
Yeah.
That's pretty much that's a good deal of states, though. It's not just Texas.
It's not my state. You can do whatever the fuck you want. As long as you do
South Carolina, you can open carry. Well, you can't open carry. You can still carry in a bar as long as you don't drink alcohol. But that kind of defeats the whole purpose of going to a bar unless you're going to get food there.
Yeah, I mean, there's many states that have that same law that they call it 50-50. When you see a sign when you walk in, it'd be 50-50 or whatever, or 15-50. I forget what the fuck it is, but basically it says that this establishment makes more than 50% of its revenue from alcohol sales, so therefore you cannot carry in this place.
That's crazy.
State law. The other one is the 30-06 sign. When somebody puts their establishment posted properly, if that means there's that proprietor of that establishment is saying that he does not want you carrying a weapon. Not to say he can't, but he does not allow you. Now, it's not necessarily it's enforceable, but it's not like you walk in there and you, oh shit, it's a gun. They just ask you to leave. Bye. Or you're or somebody sees you leaning over the counter and your gun pops out of your pants. It's well, you can't have a gun here, sir. Oh yeah, fair enough, I'll leave. But I understand the one with the alcohol, you will get in trouble for sure.
Yeah.
That's dumb because if you don't drink, that just fucks you over.
Well, not entirely. Well,
I'm a criminal. I want to get a gun. I'm just gonna start breaking into cars outside of bars because that's where you're gonna find a fucking gun.
Yeah.
It's it just invites fucking trouble.
Well, now they know that because you said it on air.
I mean, I don't know.
Not that criminals would go to a bar and break into someone's car. Just right in the middle as everybody's looking outside.
Depends on the bar. I've been to plenty of bars that don't have very many windows.
That's a good point. Okay, I'll give you that one.
Well, if you, I mean, personally, like, I love the cool ass, gun stickers, but I'm not gonna put them in my car. Because there's a lot of people that have the Browning, like a lot in Texas. You see a lot of dudes with the Browning on the pickups and so on. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, the truck alone says I got a gun, 4x4 all lifted. But he had the I got a gun with the Browning sticker. Well, there's a good chance their shit's gonna get fucking jacked.
Wow, awesome! Now BB guns are firearms too.
Minnesota.
Oh, jeez.
That's ridiculous.
Yep. All right, guys, I'm gonna take off. Talk to y'all later.
Later, PBR.
Who's hosting that?
Later, PBR.
Later, Micah. Later, Heavy. Later, everybody else. Sean. Not you, Edge. Fuck you.
You said that with love.
I'm kidding. It's good to see you.
When you're grabbing your security blanket and your special pillow and all.
Yeah, when I have bad dreams, I call out for you. I'm like, Edge, save me.
Save me, Calvin. Take me away, Calvin.
All right, have a good night, guys.
Later.
Who's hosting the chat tonight? Pink Panther?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just tuning in. I just
Pink is, I think. Pink does the lobby chats.
What did the guys say when we stepped on the dead?
Rick had a show this evening. Is that's what you're talking about?
What did the guys say when we stepped on the dead ant?
I'm sorry. I just heard you mention my name, so.
What did the guys say when we stepped on the dead ant?
I don't know.
Dead ant.
Oh, yeah.
What's up, Rick?
That's what's going on, man. What's going on, Brian?
I caught the very tail end when I got home on YouTube of your conversation. Pretty much saying goodbye to everybody.
Oh man, well it's up there. You can watch it now.
Oh yeah, I know, but I kind of want to be in here and chat with everybody.
No, I mean, like, from here on out, you can watch it. Right, I got you.
Hey, we're all going to Snacky.
Live version.
We're all going to Snacky tomorrow.
No, we're not.
Yes, we are. Square's not there to Square.
Going to where? What?
Snacky.
What is that?
We'll give you the link. Hold on.
Where Mike was from.
Finland.
Finland.
So, grab the train.
Here, take the link on the side.
All right, I'm checking it out.
Lunch special's awesome.
Interesting.
Chits and burgers.
Apparently, that's their marketing for their burgers.
It reminds me a lot of the Heart Attack Grill.
It's like other countries have followed the motto of Mexico. They don't allow ugly women on their TV on the broadcast. And there's not one ugly woman. If they're older, they're smoking hot.
Yeah.
And Mexican TV can't have ugly women. We won't allow it. I'm sorry. Even if you're a maid, you're hot. I think Finland is following suit, and I congratulate them for that. Unlike we have in America, Rosie O'Donnell.
Oh God! Someone put it out of its misery.
We talk about that stuff.
God awful people that we have in today. I gotta Rick real quick. All right.
Just lost Rick. I think he scared him off.
Fuck this shit. Who's this Edge guy? Old school. Gun channel number 7. See, this guy Sean, he took a little picture of me posed nice.
Sean's awful quiet. But then again, Sean's always awful quiet.
What's that?
He
Oh, I
posed
was
that.
gone. I was gone for about probably 10 minutes or so. So that's why I was so quiet.
Oh, okay. Well, you're not exactly, a verbose person either.
Nah, not unless I got something to say. Then I say it.
Yeah, I'm the shy type myself.
Oh, man.
I'm just like Silent Bob. I just sit over here and be quiet. And if I got something to say, then I, go on a rant and then don't say anything again for another 90 minutes.
Well, we need you to go on a rant. Liven this thing up, brother.
Where you from?
I'm from Alabama.
I was gonna say, you sound like you're.
I'm going to be his next door neighbor as soon as I can figure out a way to move down there and get a job.
See, I want Sean here to guess my accent. Where am I from, Sean?
I was trying to figure that out earlier because you sound like you're south of the Mason-Dixon, so to speak, but I couldn't place whether I thought that was an Alabama accent or a Georgia accent. It doesn't really sound like Georgia though, because you don't sound like a grumpy old stone guy. So.
I'm a fine man, let me tell you, from Georgia. Now we don't care for Southern Baptists around these parts, let me tell you.
All right, Ed, where are you from?
Texas. Come on now.
Yeah, he just mentioned it before. He's in Texas.
Well, he may live in Texas, but I was asking where is he from. I didn't know he was born and raised there.
Shit.
There's only one. There's only way you call yourself a Texan. Fucking carpetbaggers, get the fuck out of here. Can't stand people. Oh, I'm a Texan. No, where are you from? I was born in Ohio. You're not a Texan. Get out of here. You can live here. You're a Texan.
Well,
I don't have much of a draw either way, so it doesn't matter.
at least you're in a more free state than I'm in. This is why I want to move to Alabama next to, Sean. Bug the shit out of him all the time.
I've driven through Alabama on the way to Florida once. Beautiful countryside, man. I do Mobile as you come out that bridge.
Yeah.
Beautiful country. I mean, has a rough history, but beautiful countryside.
So Sean, you got that house you were telling me about ready for me to move in?
Oh yeah, I'll bet. You get the food.
He's got it nice, man. He's just enough outside the city to be away from everybody. They give you the feel of being out in the out in the boonies, and he's not too far away from the city when I got to go get something. I'm down for all that.
Plus, I'm still close enough to get most of the amenities of being in the city. I don't have to pipe in internet too far, and I'm still close enough to be able to get DSL, so I don't have to get like
direct service line,
janky old satellite crap or anything.
The two people I've ever not people, different people for different states I've ever seen, if not just as proud of being Texas, are Georgia and Alabama, I would say. Some very proud folks from those states.
Oh yeah, we damn proud of our ignorance down here. I tell you that.
Well, I've seen some people like, I'm from Alabama now.
They'll fight you tooth and nail over their ignorance.
I've seen some people say, I'm from Alabama now. You understand where you're from. You don't know better. And I'm like, oh, really? Yes, sir, you got me. You got me. There you go. But, no, I mean, it's all Georgia folks and whatnot. It's like funny. I thought, Tony from Arts and Tony is. It's another YouTube channel, pretty good sized YouTube channel.
No, I don't guess I know him.
And I went to I follow on Facebook and I was kidding around like he's like I'm proud Tennessean. I'm like only there's two kinds of people that are from Texas and the people that want to be from Texas. And he's like yeah no you got it wrong Tennessean from Tennessee. You got it wrong Tennessee. So like, it was funny. He said I wish people were from Tennessee were as big as not big as proud as people that are from Texas that feel like that. It's like that. Teach your own need.
I love Tennessee too. Don't get me wrong.
I stopped there once in Memphis for a layover in a flight.
I was stationed in Millington, and I had a great time out there. I really did. Millington's like just north of Memphis on the Arkansas border.
Yep. Unfortunately, I had a layover there. Quick ass one because I attended that airport in Memphis, man. We landed at one terminal, like Terminal 1, and our connecting flight to go to fucking Orlando was like a Terminal 89, like the other opposite of the airport. So it's like, and you had 15 minutes to connect the flight. So we're hauling fucking ass, dude, me and my family. God damn. But I hear it's a pretty state. Never been there. It's one of the things I like to do, just traveling and check these cities, southern states out as well.
So, okay. Did you mention what part of Texas you're from?
San Antonio.
Where?
San Antonio.
Oh, okay. You're right, like in the middle of the state then.
Kind of lower south, but yeah. Austin's a little more north. But yeah, we're kind of in the middle.
I used to be a truck driver, so I drove through Texas. Well, I drove through all the states a lot.
Yes, sir. That's I was born here, moved to Laredo for about 9 years when I was younger, and then moved back.
You actually living in San Antonio, or you got like ranch land outside of San Antonio?
Ponderosa, my friend. No shit. I'm into the suburbs. I wish I had a fucking ranch. 10 acres where I could get home, pissed off my boss, just go fucking up back, put a picture of him on the wall. Yeah, shoot.
That seems to be everybody. That's exactly the kind of place I want to live on. A good chunk of land where I can like go hunting, fishing, and not have just have like a creek running through the property, be able to go fishing and hunting on my own property and all that crap.
So you have to tend to it, unfortunately. Yeah, because you have to mow, how many acres you have. You have 20 acres, you got to mow that fucker down with a tractor. So there goes your weekend, so on. But, nevertheless, yeah, that's the dream. Is be able. I'd love to be able to just have a range in my backyard and shoot without having to leave the house necessarily, unless I want to. That's the dream. Because like right now where I live, like I can't walk out my house with the fucking neighbor saying hi to me. I'm like, you don't gotta wave your hand every time, brother. I know who you are. And I'm like, there you are. Yeah, same old. You got the same shirt as yesterday.
They might wave to you all the time because either the one they like you or two they fear you.
Well, I got that rap that I'm never served, but these fucking people. How kids in the neighborhood all like told large stories about people in the neighborhood, this and that. For whatever reason, they got me pinned as the fucking shot up vet that has an attitude problem, and which I didn't know how that came about. But the attitude, yes, but not the shot up vet part. So they don't fuck with me for the most part. They're like, I had this one kid come up to me once, like, "Sir, I'm enjoying the U.S. Marine Corps, sir. I just enlisted. I want to let you know, sir." And I'm like, "Good for you." He's like, "Oh, sir, I'm going to do you proud." Well, you do your country proud, sir. That's the whole goal. All right. I'll see you later, sir. And I'm like, "What are you bothering me for?"
Ed, you a jarhead?
No, sir. I never served. Come from a family people that served, but did not do. Tried to, but it didn't work out initially when I wanted to. No, sir. Come from a family of Marines and Navy.
friend of mine who actually should have been in the military, knew more about the military than I ever did, even after I got out. It's just he had an asthma problem, so they wouldn't take him.
I had a cousin that he had an asthma issue, but like in his third, like fifth week, I think of training in the Marines. He joined the Marines, and he used his asthma card to get out. It's like that's information. He was never a good, guy to take orders. He always had an attitude, and he ended up getting out.
That was kind of the decision that, because I was on the fence about joining the military when I got out of high school, and there was a little while there I was actually planning on it, and the decision that made me decide not to was the fact that while I respected my elders, and I respect authority and all that, I don't like being told what to do, and I was afraid that was going to be big problems for me, especially since I knew a guy that had kind of an attitude problem who got kicked out of the Army because of his attitude, and I thought, yeah, I don't want that to be me. And so then I thought that maybe I'd revisit it a couple of years later and maybe, decide different or something, and I just never did.
Well,
But I got a lot of family who were in military, though. My grandfather was Navy. I got two uncles. One was Army, and then he got out of the Army, went back in the Marine Corps, which was a weird change, but that's what he did. And the other one was Marine Corps, and my stepbrother was Marine Corps, and he was actually a combat instructor for a while. He went in, came out, or not came out, but came out, did his first tour. Then not sure what he had to do. He went through whatever he had to do to become a combat instructor, and he did that for, I guess, the rest of the time he was in.
Yeah, I mean, my family, my grandfather was in Okinawa, World War II Marine, and he got real thick and deep there, and he got his back blown out, and I think a box hole or motor round hit that general area, and it blew his back out. And of course, they never walked again. But he was stubborn son of a bitch, so he never gave up, and he did walk again. Did make deeds of life, and he was a very successful person. And then my father was drafted in the Army, and he's going to join the Marines. And my grandfather, there's only one Marine in this family, and that's me. And so that ain't going to happen to you. So he joined the Navy. He, again, a really shitty, not shitty, but it's not the detail your average Navy guy gets when you go down the fucking Vietcong rivers and those fucking PBR boats patrolling.
Oh, yeah, sure.
It's a heavy combat situation for the most part, and he got a lot of trigger time, and he's never really talked about it, but he's talked enough to let me know that he did what he did.
My dad was on patrol boats in Nam too. He was in the Navy. Him and 5 of his friends got called in front of the man, as he describes it, got promoted to petty officer first class, and they got shipped to Vietnam.
That's what he was. He had one chevron under his eagle, and that's what he did. He did 2.5 tours. He was on his way back. The first tour, after he completed it, and because back in those days he did 1 year, that was it. He got out for the most part, but they lost him and turned the boat around, and he ended up doing another tour and a half.
And my dad had 3 boats. 2 of them were shot out from underneath them. One by the enemy when they were flying, just looking like a regular boat, a regular patrol boat, and when they tried to disguise themselves, they got shot out by enemy fire or by friendly fire. Nobody died. He had a couple guys get wounded, but nobody on his boat died. And he only had to do that for like 3 months, and then his last 9 months of his tour, he was just running mail.
He got stuck out of detail for quite a while because he has some pretty bad experience with it. He doesn't talk much about it, but you can just tell him, the way he doesn't want to talk about it is like, it got thick real quick.
Well, what you just heard about my dad's Navy career in Vietnam is what I heard about my dad's Navy career in Vietnam.
Yeah, my dad
He
gets
doesn't talk
real.
about it much either. In fact,
I,
most
I
of the guys I know that are vets don't really talk about it much.
yeah, I live next to a retired sergeant major from the army, and every time he sees my dad, he's always like, "Hey, ¿cómo estás?" He talks to him like, Hispanic folks. So he talks to my dad, and then my dad even told me once, "Dude, get this dude away from me. I don't like him because he's a pencil pusher. He was a sergeant major. He worked in an office environment. He's like, yeah, get away from me because he keeps on wanting to like stir it up. I don't want to talk about it. And that's what my father is. I just don't want to talk about it. And he just doesn't let it come out. And that's my experience with him. Most of his veterans, they were combat oriented.
My friend's dad was in the Air Force in Vietnam, and as he described his job, he was a pilot. He piled a lot of shit over here, he piled a lot of shit over there, and he went on patrols. He had to patrol around his base. And he got some pretty time, and he don't talk about it much either.
Yeah.
I mean, you can usually tell the guys who've really been and seen what they did. Like one of the big things is like especially around any kind of bar atmosphere. All of a sudden, every dude was in the military, and they were all like, I don't know if it's common, but around here, they were all special forces or some shit. I mean, me and my friend Jeremy joke about San Bernardino, where I live, being like the retirement area for every special operations capable group in the military. It's all nonsense. It's like they run off at the mouth like they know what they're talking about, and they have no clue.
What's funny is, and I hear you on that for sure. What's funny is my grandfather used to go to this bar every now and then in Laredo. He's from Laredo, and so was my dad as well. But they used to go to one bar, but still there too. But he would have some beers, hang out with the guys. So he used to work for United States Post Office, where he became a judge, immigration judge and whatnot. But they used to hang out there after work for some beers, and he used to have a cane to assist him for walking. Well, this one guy, this young buck, started fucking with him, and he wouldn't let it go. Just kept fucking with him. Like, yeah, old man, blah blah blah. This that old man, blah blah blah. And then as he was leaving, he got in his face, and those old Marine instincts kick in. With a rifle, where they teach you how to shuck and shove people and fuck them up with the rifle, the buttstocks.
Yeah.
Using defense with them, the combat training. And so the guy gets in front of him, and he has his cane. So he pulls up the cane, and he has like a rifle. Fucking 1, 2, 3, boom, lays the fucking dude out cold, dude. And the young kid fucking just laid him out, and we're talking like a 60-year-old man laying out some like 30-year-old punk. Fucking laid him out cold. Like, it was like just like they showed him like 1, 2, 3, boom, fucking laid him out. And then my dad was at the bar with him because he's like, yeah, he needs somebody to drive him home. Still remember that story being told in the family. Like, clocked his ass cold. Don't fuck with the Marine.
Oh man, it's just I don't know, man. There's a lot of people out there that are what do they call it? Valor thieves or honor thieves or something like that.
Yeah, what do you call it?
What they
Stealing,
pretend.
yeah, stealing valor.
Yeah.
Stolen valor.
Stolen valor, yeah.
Yeah, there's like a ton of people who are all about uncovering stolen valor.
I'm actually subscribed to one jarhead who goes around and does that on a regular basis.
Yeah, there's this one guy that does it that apparently he's gotten it wrong more times than he's gotten it right. But these guys over at AR15.com used to idolize him because he went around beating the crap out of people that were stealing valor. Only problem was, more times than not, he was wrong. And he like beat the crap out of some old guy one time.
Well, the guy I watch, he doesn't beat anybody up. He videos it, puts it on YouTube or Facebook or both. I'm not sure. Not right now, and he always, he catches them. It's on Facebook, actually.
What I don't understand is how exactly is he going about catching these people? I
Well,
mean,
most of the time
there was one guy that this guy I'm talking about had uncovered that was actually he was like an actor or something. It was like his costume for the part that he was playing in some, I don't know if it was a movie or a TV show or a commercial or what it was, but the guy was an actor and he was in costume. May have even been a stage actor, I don't remember. But he was in costume anyway. It wasn't, and he like called the guy out or whatever, and they were making a big deal out of it. And then somebody finally came along and said, that dude's an actor. That was a part he was playing. He's not like trying to say that he was, this big decorated whatever he was.
Oh, the guy I watch, he kind of sits back and watches the guys that wander around in uniform. That's what they do. And then he'll approach them and he'll talk to them. He'll ask them general questions like, "Oh, you're in the military? Yeah." He mentions the fact he's in the Marine Corps, and he starts asking them, just random questions, and then he catches them in lies. It's like, and then and then he busts them. He just goes, why you gotta lie? It's like he catches him. He'll list.
I'm always suspect of videos like that, and I think that they're all completely set up because there's this guy that goes around asking people questions and making them look stupid, like that there's a Canadian guy that goes around asking Americans questions and stuff about Canadian history, and he'll make shit up, and they just follow along with him, and it's all staged, and people used to believe it, but it's all staged. It's like what's it called, talking to Americans or lying to Americans or something like that.
Well, I've seen some people take the streams. Like, for instance, like I own a couple of Navy SEAL caps that I've got like gun shows or stuff in the past, and I got them. I don't wear them, but in the past when I did wear them, I never, if somebody ever asked me, "Are you SEAL?" No, I'm a supporter. I love. I think it's a great outfit. I think they're awesome, and there's no SEAL, there's no Navy SEAL supporter cap. Like, oh, you're a supporter that I know of. So yeah, it's like people like, they didn't want you to wear them, but it's like, at the same time, you're proud of them, what they do, and you're not trying to be that guy. And, like people ask me all the time, are you military? No, not at all. As long as you're honest about it. I mean, yeah, getting dressed up in full fucking garb and whatever, and having a trident in your chest is a whole different fucking issue. But you want to wear a cap to see like the Navy SEALs? I mean, come on now. I mean, that's just, I gotta say in the extremes.
Well, the thing I can understand if people are going around claiming that they're, if they're actually claiming that they're, were something that they weren't. That's one thing. But I've seen so many of these, like, bashing, call out, shaming, whatever you want to call it, that there are most of the ones that I've seen look completely contrived and completely made up just because it gets such a reaction out of people, especially those people like the ones at AR-15.com that seem like that they just live their entire lives to call people out. Or it's like they have two things that make their day: to call somebody out for stealing valor and to call somebody out for not having a tax stamp for their SBR.
Well, I look at it like, in the 80s, imagine you guys were Top Gun was big as shit, and everybody, their mother had a Top Gun cap.
Yeah.
And those were like, those were mainly, for the people that went to the academy or went to that special training, and people, but back then it was just like, hey, they're cool. Like, obviously, this guy's 300-pound guy wasn't a pilot. But he liked the movie. He thought it was cool, and he's proud of his country and what it represented.
Oh, dude, no, I actually had somebody call me out being in the Marine Air Wing. Because I worked on helicopters in the Marine Corps. That's what I did. Intermediate level power plant. That was 6123. I worked on CH-53s, the 256 engine by GE. Anyway, I'm sitting there, and I'm sitting there at the bar drinking. I'm having a couple of beers with my boss. He owns the bar. And this dude starts asking me questions about Boeing. And I was like, dude, I don't know everything about Boeing. You know, I worked on CH-53s. They're by Sikorsky. It's, you know, none of the aircraft that I ever worked on were Boeing aircraft. Well, you know, and he just continually called me out, and he didn't believe a word I said. So I just kind of like, whatever, you know, I let it go. And he kept rambling on. Eventually he left, and I was like, all right, great. And I ran into the guy again, and he was asking about when he was accusing me, he was asking me about the Boeing contract that they got to make helicopters. I don't even remember which helicopter it was, honestly. And
that was Bell. Then you got the big contract back in the Vietnam era.
So I was just kind of like, I was like, dude, I worked on a CH-53, it's just a Sikorsky aircraft, blah blah blah. I run into him again, and I guess he was so drunk the last time he didn't remember calling me out on it. So he called me out on it again when I was working at the door. And he was coming in sober, and I was like, you know, dude, I served. I ain't got to prove shit to you. Just either go in and drink or leave, because I really don't want to fucking talk to you anymore. He didn't seem to like that too much, so I kicked him out and sent him on his way. And it wasn't because he questioned me on whether I served or not. It was just because he was an asshole, and I think it was because he's an asshole and he's calling me out on it because he never served, and I think maybe he's insecure about it or whatever. I think that's where those guys from AR15.com are. It's like they're probably, you know, I don't know.
Well, they've got some website, something like stolenvalor.net.org.com, whatever, that they go to prove or disprove someone's valor. But I thought that database or whatever was only for like recipients of awards and like medals, and they're using it to like prove or disprove somebody was military by plugging their name in there or something. And I've never even been to the website, but apparently this is the end-all be-all of proving if someone was military, and so they're using that website to call people out with. And I don't believe you can use a database to do that, because
I mean, there's graduating classes of every like officers and so on, sometimes enlisted that are posted that you can reference. But nevertheless,
yeah. But how far back does that go? How inclusive is it?
Well, here's the deal, man.
I mean, that's the thing, because when they transfer records that were never digital into digital, how inclusive are those records? How far back are they going to go to prove somebody? Because they're like calling people out that are like, you know, World War II veterans and even people that are now dead that were in previous wars.
But check this out. My father, his service, when he went to try to claim benefits, you know, something 20 years after his service, you know, trying to get some benefits, they had no record of his service because the place in Maryland or wherever it was that her house records burned down. It burned to the ground, and he had to literally like provide pictures of him in combat, but him, you know, wearing his uniform, his DD-214 that he had, and his pictures of him that he had serving for them to even accept the fact that he served in the military at all, because they were gone. There were no computerized documents then. They were just burned to the ground, and a bunch of people got stuck in that rut.
barring having a DD-214 on hand, which anybody who has one does not carry it with them.
No, but
If you
I
gotta
don't know about.
have the guy's, you gotta have the guy's name, his service number, which is generally his social security number, and you gotta be able to contact with legal ability. You
Yeah.
gotta be able to contact their records.
Well, the thing is,
That's
I don't
the only
know
way.
I don't know about everywhere else, but I know that here, you can have that put on your driver's license. Because when I was getting my driver's license renewed the last time, there was a couple of people in line ahead of me. That's what they were doing was having their DD-214 put on their driver's license.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, I don't see the
It's
point.
just like an extra little code on there that
Yeah, it probably has their
says that you're a vet.
I will tell you on an off tangent. The G-Webs a long time ago in a chat we were in, and we were talking about McCain and John McCain and his service and some guy. You know, I saved some facts and the guy didn't like it. It was in the YouTube chat. Who the hell are you to talk about a veteran? Did you ever serve? No, I didn't. You don't have the right to. And G-Webs is a guy. G-Webs is a veteran too. He's like told guys like, you know, we were talking like, hey man, you serve to serve your country to provide freedom for people. You didn't serve to go around and be the guy who's that guy who has the, you know, who can tell people what you can and can't say. Yeah, there's a distinguishable difference. I mean, you went to protect people's freedoms. You didn't go there and tell them how to act on them. So for you to come around, go around, all of a sudden just tell people, oh well, you never served, so shut the fuck up. That's not the reason you served the military.
No, it's not. I strongly agree in the First Amendment. You know, I believe as long as whatever you do doesn't hurt anybody else, you know, and you're, you know.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has a say.
Negative way, you should be able to do what you want. That's what the Constitution pretty much guarantees that.
I mean, my opinion, as long as you respect that person's service who did serve, you know, thank you for your service. Appreciate you serving the military and providing my freedom. For people who don't, you know, thank you. But you're not having this, you know, all of a sudden this, you know, dictator override. You know, like, oh well, you don't have your opinions less than mine because you didn't serve. No, you served because you wanted to provide freedom for everybody else who can't or doesn't. And that's what you went to go do. It's not because you wanted to come back home and tell everybody that shut the fuck up.
What I have issue with is the people that sit there and bitch about cops and military guys and all that shit, and how, you know, and those people they criticize these guys for doing their jobs, and they've never been in a situation where they've actually had to make, like for a police officer, a split life or death situation, or they've never served in the military, but they have the balls to sit there and critique them and say how, you know, how they're fucked up and all that shit. And at that point, that's when I stand up and say, unless you pick up a gun and either walk a beat or stand opposed, shut the fuck up.
No, I agree with that. You know, obviously you're going to tell me how to do my job when I was trained how to do my job. But police officers, I get a little bit different slide of opinion as far as what's going on, because I've seen, like, I saw a video today, there's guys like really bullying a guy, guys telling like all the laws, like, you know, he's flying a fucking drone in front of some like state trooper facility, and the guy goes like bullying him. I need your ID. No, I don't give my ID. No, I need your ID. You're gonna give me your ID. Blah blah blah. And the guy's like, I have to. And he starts like citing rulings that tell him I have to. I don't care about Supreme Court. I don't care about that shit. You're gonna give me the ID because I told you because it pisses me off. And it's like,
that's illegal.
That's not the way it works, my friend. And then what's funny is that all of a sudden, off the fence line, where they're outside the fence line of the facility, this sergeant pulls up, who's the supervisor, and he waves it off. No, I'm sorry, sir. You're more welcome to shoot here. I apologize. Carry on. And the guy looks at him, Sergeant, carry on. The guy fucks off. Like, oh, okay. And then the guy looks at him like, so were you wrong? Apparently so. My sergeant told you so. But he really
Edge, you're breaking up.
it's just important to you don't have the ability to do that. And the guy was like, I don't care what the Supreme Court said. I'm like, you don't care what the law that you're entrusted to enforce the laws that you've been trained and you were educated, whatever, to enforce. They're going to throw us to the wayside because you have a bone to pick with me. And I was like, wow. But again, I mean, that's not every cop. There's a lot of great police officers out there that do a great job and help the community. But when it comes to that, something like, yeah, I'm not going to give you the pass.
Oh, yeah, there's always going to be bad. I mean, just like in any profession, there's always going to be bad ones, But for a majority, I would have to say that I know several police officers, and and I have to say they're all pretty good guys. I mean, they're not out screwing people over or whatever. They're just doing their jobs. But there are bad ones out there.
I hear you, man. I got a decent amount of cop friends myself.
Oh, you used to be law enforcement?
Nope, just friends. They always wanted to utilize my services to do well. Be in my office to hang out and talk to the girlfriends when they're patrolling the mall, or in Laredo, or people I work with, in my current job, where we talk about this and that, and yeah, I have no problem with law enforcement. It's like, hey, just, treat me like you would anybody else, like you treat your own kids. But then again, they're like, oh, never mind.
Speaking of law enforcement,
I
realized it vaguely pertains to law enforcement anyway, this story does. I realized that I had not taken a good look at my concealed carry permit since I got it renewed the last time. It was like in February when I got it renewed. My address is incorrect on it. It has the wrong city listed. Everything else is correct. But my city is listed as one of the neighboring cities. So I went to the sheriff's department to see about getting it straightened out. So I go down and I'm like, look, I'm hoping this is just a small problem and take care of it. So I showed him my permit. I was like, look, see this? It's not the right address. Showed him my license. I said, this is my address. I've been living here for several years, and I've never lived in the city that's on the permit. And so she looked at it. She was like, oh, that's no real problem. And then she thought for a second. She's like, that's close enough. It'd be all right. So I'm like, are you sure? Because I'm thinking that may not jive. And so she's like, yeah, because when they run it, it's gonna run through everywhere you've lived in the past 10 years anyway. I'm like, well, it's gonna show that I don't live there though. She's like, it's all right. That's close enough.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So I was like, look, is Dennis in? That's our sheriff. And so I asked him about it, and he was like, yeah, it's fine because when they run it, it's going to pull up your ID and everything, so it's not going to matter. He said it's got my signature on the bottom of it, so it doesn't really matter.
I don't know. That's still kind of.
Well, see, our concealed carry permit is basically a piece of paper with our name. It's got the sheriff's department logo at the top, and that it's a concealed carry permit, and then it's got our name, address, all that crap, just like your anything else. And then it's got a number on it. And then down at the bottom it has the sheriff's signature.
Here in Texas, you get two IDs. You get your license, and you have another same format.
Yeah, see, we don't have an ID for our permit. We just have
Well,
a
the
piece
funny
of
thing,
paper.
like when you get your concealed carry permit or CHL here, so hanging license, it has all the documentation that the first one has, but you still have to have both on for whatever reason. And you get pulled over. They know by running your plates that you already have a concealed carry license on you. You have to disclose if you are carrying. If you're not carrying, you don't have to.
Yeah, our thing here, you're not even supposed to have to mention it to an officer unless the officer asks. The thing with that is the first question that you were asked is, do you have any weapons,
or
drugs, or explosive devices in your car? So that they cover that straight off the bat. As soon as you roll your window down, that's the first thing they ask you. So you immediately have to disclose that to them because they've directly asked you that question. And
wouldn't ammunition count as explosives?
It either would, or it depends on the cop. Probably you would either they would then treat you like a smartass, or they would then decide.
I mean in a situation where you went and picked up some instead of reloading.
Well, they're either going to treat you like a smartass, or they're going to treat you hostile because you didn't tell them. One or the other.
You don't want to split hairs with them, but at the same time, you'd be like, when they say, "Do you have any weapons?" and I'll disclose that because I have a concealed carry, I have a concealed carry license. If you're not required to disclose you're carrying a weapon, then you obviously don't have to tell them that.
Well, you do when they ask you directly if you have, because if they ask us, we have to disclose it. But if they don't ask, then we don't have to.
Are you certain about that? Because
that's the way. That's the way that the.
Because that's a backwards ass directive or law. If the fact is that you don't have to disclose it, but yet if they directly ask you, do. Because you always have the right to say no. I don't have to disclose it.
It's on our whatever the rules governing concealed carry.
Yeah, state of Texas.
It says that if they ask, we have to tell them.
See, okay, maybe it's a directive and something,
and then we also have to present our permit to them. But if they don't ask, then we don't have to tell them. We don't have to worry about the permit or anything else.
I was listening to Matt from Never Enough Firearms the other day. Never Enough Ammo, and he was talking about he's been pulled over before, and they're like, okay, well, can I see the weapon? They're like, no, it's in my glove box or it's in my center console. Well, I need to see the weapon. No, you don't. You don't have the right to see the weapon. I have a permit that says, I'm a good guy. I pass federal background. It's my ID. I'm allowed to carry this weapon, the concealed, and you need to see it. There's no reason you can't disarm me unless I'm posing a threat to you. And well, why don't you want to show it to me? Because I don't have to. It's tucked away. Why would I want to pull my weapon out of a console? Despite what orders you give me, when it's secured, I'm not even touching it. Why do you want to see it? And he's like, yeah, you got a good point. I was like, yeah, fuck off, Sorry, dude. I'm not gonna show you my gun just because you demand to. You want to pull out of the car or ask me to move, exit the vehicle, and you want to pull it off my person. You can, but you're not allowed to. I have the right to carry it.
Well, the problem is with Texas, I've seen a lot of videos where I guess your law enforcement aren't being trained properly, and they're going after the people open carrying and concealed carrying
You can't open carry in Texas until January.
Yeah, it's January before that comes in.
Okay, well, excuse me. They've been going after a lot of people that have been carrying regardless because I guess your law enforcement isn't informed as everyone else. I don't know.
They've probably been harassing people who are being jackasses. Those people that are carrying rifles around, because isn't isn't it already legal to open carry a rifle in Texas?
It is, and within certain, with the state of Texas, yes, you can carry a long gun, shotgun.
Yeah,
But
I know there's been a lot of people that have been trying
But they
to
have
push
seen-
the boundaries of that, so that it's like they carry within an inch of a place where they're not allowed to carry.
In San Antonio, we have a city ordinance. You can't carry a long gun in the city, even though the state law says you can, which state law trumps any city law. They just recently did that with the new knife laws, where you can actually carry any knife that's under 5 inches, whether it's fixed or not. The blades under 5 inches, you can carry it no matter what, and it's just whatever. And there's no law anymore for banning them, but they still have that city ordinance that says you can't have we have this fucking cocksucker fucking chief of police from fucking Illinois that they drafted. They brought him down here. We need a big shot law enforcement officer, White Earth, to come down here and really help us small towns, really get us straight. And it seems like anti-gun. He's like part of that fucking chief group that's against people carrying, physical carrying, whatever. Chief Association, whatever it is, and so on. He's a prick and a half. And luckily he was on his way out. But then they're trying to find somebody to replace him. He got a fucking another job paying like 200 something thousand, working for a municipality. And then they brought in. They're like, oh, we can't find anybody that suits us. So we're gonna give you another 11 grand on top of that 280 grand you make. So you'll be talking about 300 grand now. You're being our top cop, and continue with your shitty ass policies that you do. But nevertheless, they have a city ordinance that says you can't carry an AR-15 loaded, even though the state law says you can. Which state laws trump any city laws, but yet they uphold it. It has a lot to do with the previous district attorney they had. She was one that, I don't care what you say. I've got the people behind me, and I can do this, I can do that. Like a legal teacher, like for instance, they have another thing. It's off topic.
I'm sure that DA really has the people behind them.
No, she's gone now. They got rid of her. She got the first district. Man, it was pathetic when they got rid of her in the election when she got outed. Typical class standards that you do. You have just protocols. You do the concession phone call to your. You concede the phone call to your person who beat you, and you congratulate them on. This drunk bitch who was there fucking grilling people for DUIs because she said such an alcohol problem. She's fucking there she has her own driver. They assigned her own driver. It's called driver assistant because she can't fucking go a day without getting sloshed all fucking day. She was completely hammered when she left when she got beat. The guy ran against her twice. Nicola Hood, or whatever. And he finally beat her the second time around. She fucking didn't even say like congratulate all her people, like thank you for all my staff and everybody. He walked out pissed off. Fucking made some camera caught her and she made this fucking horrible fucking drunk fucking tirade about how she's all pissed off and she split. Didn't congratulate her staff. Didn't do concession phone call or concede to. The other guy make a phone call and whatever. All the protocols of the public office. And but another thing she was doing for the longest time is one of the things they'll do here is if you get pulled over DUI and you refuse breathalyzer, they would get a magistrate to order you to give your blood up to you do a blood test without your consent. They strap you down in the chair and get a blood test from you and get a blood test from you. And
that should be illegal.
It's against the law.
They'll do that here too.
It's against the law.
You immediately get arrested, and that now I don't know. It may take 2 or 3 days or something, but they will arrest you immediately, and then while you're in jail, being held for the maximum amount of time they can hold you. They are in the process of getting an order to be able to draw your blood to if you won't submit to a breathalyzer test within however
it's-
long it is, because there's a limit to it. Because if you wait so long, it doesn't matter. You're going to pass it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
they have like a certain amount of time that you can say, yeah, okay, I'll take one. Otherwise, they're going to get a court order to get your blood.
Well, it's a legal seizure, a search and seizure, and that's what people will tell you. And she used to say all the time, I don't care what people say. I got the people behind me, and they're finally content with that. Blah, blah, blah. She had a big old Texas fucking draw on her. And I was like, yeah, you twat. Whatever, dude. Okay. Now, mind you, there's a lot of people that will say, well, hell yeah, I want that. Because, I don't want, my friend got killed by a drunk driver or that family member. I understand. But the bottom line is you still have the Constitution protecting you, and they're not allowed to do it to you. And she was all proud that she did that, that she was enforcing that shit. And I was like, okay, you can't you can't circumvent the law to or the Constitution to prosecute people just to have a nice tidy record of servicing the county. And it was just to run amok. But anyway.
Well, I think the way they do it here is exactly within the boundaries of the law. And so it's like they're standing right on the line of the laws when they do that. Because they're actually going through a judge to get it done. So they have to prove to the judge that they have enough that they were within their rights or whatever to suspect this person is drunk in order to be able to get that court order. And all they can do is hold him for they can hold you for nothing for a certain amount of time, whatever it is.
Well, no, they can't.
Like 72 hours. Yeah, they can hold you for nothing.
And no, they do it all the time.
A certain number of hours.
In a drunk tank, they do it all the time, but they're not actually allowed to do that. They have to charge you with something. They can't charge you with it. Then
they can hold you for a certain amount of time without charging you. Once that time is up, they have to charge you with something or let you go. But there's a certain amount of time.
A couple hours. Yeah, it's a couple of hours when they book you or whatever, for whatever suspicion of. But the thing is, when you're involved in an accident, obviously, you collided with somebody. That's a given here. I mean, that I don't have an issue with because you collided. So you caused a wreck or you ran somebody over, whatever the fuck it was. You collided. But when they pull you over on your own, I just turn the lights on you because you're swerving or whatever. That's where that thing was. The people had differences with that opinion. That some people were all, hell yeah, throw them all in jail. But yeah. Have fun with that. You're gonna give up your rights so you can feel better about what's going on in the community. Anyway, that's a hairy topic.
I'm sorry, guys. I was on Instagram.
I was just listening. I really don't have anything to say right now on that topic.
What was the topic again?
I don't remember.
Well, I'm just thinking chat Blacktober is only 1 day away.
One more time, you broke up.
Blacktober is only 1 day away.
That's true. Blacktoberfest is right around the corner.
Get their patches in pretty soon. I like last year's patches. I like the pumpkin one. This year's patches are a little different. It's going to take a little time to appreciate them. They're cool, but they have a whole different angle from last year's patches. I tried to promote as much as I could on my forums, or not forums, but communities I'm involved with. Are you guys familiar with Google Plus communities?
Yeah.
Remember all things firearms?
I don't really have any. I don't think I have any Google Plus communities. involving firearms. I have very few Google Plus anything set up except a basic profile and a couple of crossover contacts from just people that I know, and a couple of people from gun channels that have added me to their circles and stuff like that.
Hi.
I've got a. Pretty much that's where my circles are at too. I mean, like I'm part of like.
Same here.
Well, it's just there's not really that many people that use Google Plus.
There are.
Well, I mean people that I know. I don't know that many people that use it, and the ones that do, they don't actually use it. They have it because they use the Hangouts for something, or it's just an arbitrary thing that they have that they don't really use, because it's like everything else. Everybody you're still going to have a Facebook because grandma's on Facebook, or crap like that. You're still going to be tied there because there's that big group of people that's never going to move on to something else. So it's just another thing, and it's just something that I just haven't had that many people that have interest in it to really do anything with it.
The edge of the Google Plus communities is like, say you're interested in needle thread, or sewing, or whatever it is you are, media, broadcast, DJing, whatever it is. You find people that you never would know that have the same interests, and you search it out, and you're like, oh, so this guy knows about that gear too, and then you start talking like a forum, you see like a live forum, and people just start going on and on and on. One of the biggest gun communities is called Guns Across Google. There are roughly right around about 18,000 users that are publicizing their interest in their threads in there. The second largest one is All Things Firearms. I'm the owner of that community. It was passed on to me about 2.5 years ago by the guy who's like, yeah, I see you posting all the time in here. Do you mind taking it over? Because I just don't have the time or interest anymore. But sure. Started off at that time we were around 300 members, and Google Plus was about 2,000, or Guns Across Google was about 2,000 and change, and we were only 300. We're up to around almost 11,000 members now that are in that community, posting constantly. Threads, political, some funny, some okay, some have to be deleted. But it's a pretty neat forum. People go check out a live community that people just constantly posting stuff up, everything. And if you have a video coming out, like if you're on YouTube and you want to put something in there or something you think is interesting, you post it in there, a link, or a meme or whatever, and there you go. And it's actually it's not for everybody, like you're saying, that people aren't going to be drawn to it. It's not Facebook. They tried to do the whole Facebook thing with Google Plus, and it didn't really pan out the way they wanted to. But the people that are sticking with it are posting a lot of information in there, and they're posting it everywhere. Like I said, there's things for everybody, from sewing to Jesus Christ, prepping, all kinds of crazy stuff you can get into, and these communities are constantly, competing with each other. And I think the second largest, I understand, is All Things Firearms. So check it out, man.
Well, the thing I do like about Google Plus is that it's convenient to be able to get updates without having to go somewhere or to keep something running in the background or anything like that. When I go to check my email, I look up in the corner, and if anything that I've got to set to give me alerts for new new posts or new anything to do with most of my interests that I have set, or the people in my circle, if there's any new activity, it lets me know, so I can just click on it while I'm checking my email and easily check in with it without having to make a big production out of it, like having to go to Facebook or keeping the Facebook app running all the time. Because Facebook on my phone, it doesn't, I don't know, it may just be my phone, but it doesn't give me notifications all the time unless it's actually running. So, and plus the fact that I'm not a big phone person. I use it for Facebook and Instagram and texting pretty much. I don't even use it to make phone calls most of the time unless it's business or something.
Larry, copy that. So, you ever heard of this guy named Sawyer Brown?
The country musician?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, is he still a thing? Haven't heard anything from them in years. So.
I heard a song from him the other day that, man, I was, the old country station does old country music here locally, yeah. And I was like, damn, man, this song. And I was like, I've never heard this song before. And I looked it up. I was like, damn, it's made in 1992. I was like, wow. I was like, I've never heard the song before. It's fucking bad. It's a sad song, but it's a pretty fucking cool jam. Wow. I was surprised to hear that.
I think Sawyer Brown kind of like stopped being in the mainstream country world there in the mid '90s.
He had a good voice, man. And that song I heard, I was like, all these years, I was like, wow, that's fucking. It's a sad song, but fucking awesome jam. I listen to George Strait down, older country, George Jones, a little this, a little that.
Now, I'm a big fan of. I used to be a big fan of country. I stopped. I kind of listen to 80s and 90s country, but other than that, the new stuff. Every once in a while, they'll have a good song on, but.
Are you telling me you're not a Taylor Swift fan?
Yeah, I'm definitely not a Taylor Swift fan.
That's country. So when country wasn't cool, come on now.
Taylor Swift did not sing that song.
No. I can't believe that shit. Like, I'm across the road.
Not a very big country person, but I like the old school country singers. And Waylon Willie.
Oh man, one of my favorite songs is My Hero's Always Been Cowboys.
Yeah.
Classic jam.
Yeah, I like all those old guys. The guys that made it, the Highwaymen. Yeah, yeah, all those guys are pretty awesome. And other than that, I'm not that big into country. Other than those guys, and that's just because that's the stuff that was played when I was growing up. My family was mostly into country. That
so what is your preference?
Like I like class. Well, I'm not going to say classic rock because hell, the shit played when I was in high school is classic rock now. but like 70s rock. I like 80s and 90s like hard rock, heavy metal, and a little bit of stuff since then. But the newer stuff is few and far between, and usually
what about like hair bands?
The hair bands?
Yeah,
oh,
like
the hair bands. That's
hairband rock, like
that's
Poison, Def Leppard, all that stuff.
Yeah, that's the bee's knees, man. That's the shit.
I think
the hair bands was big time when I was in high school. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we've established you're about the same age as me, so. No, I was asking because, like, other than maybe playing some Five Finger Death Punch every once in a while.
Yeah, they're all right. They got some good songs.
Bad Company.
Have you ever been to a Five Finger Death Punch concert?
No, never have. I'm getting too old to go to concerts.
Well, you know what, brother? Go to one and stand in the background because they put on a hell of a show. We have this big thing out here called Mayhem, and it's all like
Yeah.
the first year, well, I saw them at a smaller venue, which I really thought was awesome. Because, I mean, they're super patriotic, for one. They're always, taking our service members and all that stuff. They do a lot of popular stuff, a lot of patriotic type. If you listen to the lyrics of their music, a lot of that stuff, they have a large number of patriotic songs, but they do get a little bit hardcore sometimes. And like another band that put on that plays that what I guess they call now heavy metal, Slipknot. They probably, between them and Five Finger Death Punch, are probably two of the best modern performers out there.
Who you talking about?
Two groups of best modern performers out there. I tell you what, they put on a show that just brings you to life. I mean, even if you don't like the music, you'll get into the show.
What performers? What band?
Five Finger Death Punch and Slipknot.
I'm not a big Slipknot fan, but
I don't care for Slipknot, but they do put on a hell of a show, though. I got some friends that like them, and they put on one hell of a show. They certainly they're wouldn't really call them theatrical because that doesn't really go into that territory, but they do put on a hell of a show.
the last band I ever saw to kick some ass that I thought original was Tool and System of a Down.
Yeah, Tool does a good show, or at least they used to. I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll tell you who still puts on a hell of a show. Iron Maiden.
Maynard has so much crap going on that I don't know if Tool even does shows anymore because Maynard's always got so much other stuff going on. Yeah.
I saw Kenny Rogers once. Let me tell you, man, I had to get that bracelet right there.
Iron Maiden still puts on a hell of a show.
Yeah,
I mean,
they got a lot of theatrics in there.
Oh man, the guy's like in his 60s, and he's got to be at least, or at least his upper 50s, and he's running around on stage. I mean, with more energy than I've ever had for an hour and a half straight.
Ozzy puts on a hell of a show. Alice Cooper puts on a hell of a show, and those two guys, they're pushing 70.
Ozzy, yeah, they said that's the last show. They're going to probably do the final last show because they can't tour, without their fucking walkers anymore.
Yeah.
But I'd say, like, if I could have a dream show, like, the three top liners would be Five Finger Death Punch, Slipknot, and Iron Maiden.
Shit, Stevie Vaughan, Jimi Hendrix, and Edgar Winter.
Oh, no, that would be a hell of a show. Stevie Ray Vaughan?
Oh, yeah.
That's why I learned to play guitar from him.
Oh,
not
cool.
not personally, but he's my influence. Yeah, me and Steve go back way back in the day. We were fucking taking lions off the fucking pool table.
Another band that actually used to put on a hell of a show. They're not together anymore, and you guys probably laugh at them. But Blink-182.
Oh hell no, dude.
Hey, you can say hell no, dude. Those guys put on a hell of a show, dude. I was right.
Parker is the biggest fucking punk I ever seen in my life.
Who did you say now?
Oh yeah, but Blink-182.
I would take 7 Marys 3 over them any day.
Blink, I don't know, dude. I was there, front row, right? And
they toss you a pick or what?
They're playing, well, not front row. I was like second row, whatever. I was close enough to front row. I'm sitting there, and I'm singing the wrong words to the song, right? And Tom comes over to the next time that part of the song comes up where they do, because it was like, I think it was part of the chorus. Or the chorus. He walks up, and he sits there, and he looks at me directly in the eye. He's like, gives me the fingers, like, look at me in the eye, like, and then he tells me the words. I died. I was laughing so freaking hard. Not to mention, Travis Barker used to hang out at a bar near here, and he's a hell of a drummer, dude. As far as I know, he's still got a school where he teaches kids how to drum.
You never care for people that get all tatted out, think they're badasses. You know, they got a bunch of attitudes like quarterbacks with a big ass fucking, front, defensive line or offensive line behind them, and that's the way he kind of comes off. You know, they're starting shit.
I never saw that when I talked to him. They were Green Day.
Where the hell's Dead Horse at with his Nickelback self?
Dead Horse.
Nickelback? Oh my God, Silverchair! I keep threatening to
Be
sling.
glad it's Nickelback and not Creed.
Cannibal Corpse. A little death metal band.
There's no difference.
Yeah, they're really.
I did like what's that? Chad Kroger. What was his band? That he had?
Nickelback.
Yeah, no, they danced at cool jams.
When Nickelback first hit the scene, like Creed had just kind of waned off of the scene, right?
Yeah,
I thought that they were Creed the first time I heard them. It was like the first time I heard them playing on the radio, and I thought it was like new Creed song, and then it was like that was Nickelback with whatever it was. I thought it was the same band.
I like their music, but the band that stuck out in that era was Typo Negative.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're awesome. I love their remakes of really old stuff. Like you ever heard them do Summer Breeze?
Yeah, Summer Breeze. Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, that was freaking awesome, man.
And then also, System of a Down, man. This is a fucking solid band. It's like, wow, it's kicking it. Chop Suey.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I haven't seen much come out after that I thought was. Oh, you know what? I did like White Stripes when they came out.
Oh yeah, I love White Stripes.
Didn't they break up?
Oh yeah, because the fucking chick.
Seven Nation Army.
Yeah, Seven Nation Army, and then the other. Man, if you're listening to the first couple albums that they made, the dude's a really good guitarist, man. He's a really good songwriter. The way he puts the lyrics together, man.
Oh, you heard any of his new stuff?
No, he did something new, but I haven't heard of it.
Yeah, he did. He did a whole album that he released on vinyl before he released it.
What happened?
He, released on vinyl first because he's like a big vinyl fan, but it's got more of a blues like vibe to it, but it's pretty awesome.
Blues. Yeah, what happened with him, that his drummer, Meg White, the big ass titty she has, is that she ended up getting a pop doing a porno. Some dude nailing her on some porno, and they got put on the internet, and it's pretty mature. But she said she had like anxiety attacks because everybody's staring at her and thinking that they want to bang her too, which they're probably doing already because the big ass titty she had. But that's when they caused them to split up. He was married to her as well, and they divorced.
Didn't they get divorced before they ever started making music?
They got divorced before they got big.
I thought that they got divorced and then like decided to make a band after that or something. I don't know. I knew that they were, for the majority of their popularity anyway, that they were not they weren't a couple anymore.
I think his name's like Jack Butler or Jack Bertram initially, but when he kept the white name after he married her. For the band's sake or whatever, the whole White Stripe thing.
He still goes by Jack White. His new stuff is still under Jack White.
I'm a big Stevie Wonder fan. That's pretty much what I said. Like, I learned to play the guitar after listening to his music and just being my main influences. Any comments on gun channels? Edge is the shit. Okay. favorite band. Their album is Led Zeppelin, #1. Last 25 years. I agree with Led Zeppelin, but man, jeez. I mean, I had this one CD I throw in the car, and I'll just listen the whole ride home from work, and fucking just jam out. So I love Led Zeppelin. They're so versatile, and they're so an awesome band. They could do all kinds of like the really deep blues, fucking kick-ass rock and roll.
Oh yeah, they're what was that? Going to California. Yeah, it's got that like drifting down the river delta sound to it.
I wouldn't compare them, but their range was so much like CCR. CCR could do so much.
Yeah.
They could do like ballads to feel good rock to kick ass.
Yeah. As much as those two bands are so different and you can't really compare them, I've always thought that they had a lot of the same range in their music.
You talk about CCR shit. Fucking John Fogerty. The dude wrote all the jams. He basically did all the work for all of them. Even his brother, Tom Fogerty, did all the work. They had a shitty deal. He wanted out of it, and they the whole band deciding with the management that initially signed him. So he said, "You know what? We can have all the music. I will never play a song again ever in my life." He left. Then he made that song "Old Man Down the Road."
Yeah.
And he got sued by the record company because it said it's something too close to Run Through the Jungle.
Yeah, I remember that because they got him for plagiarizing himself.
Yeah, like, I wrote the song. Dude, what the fuck? You think it sounds like me? And then he had to play it in court, the different choruses, and to distinguish that, yeah, mine sounds similar because guess what? Who wrote the first one? Not these dipshits. Yeah, and he had, and remember he even said, when we get inducted to Hall of Fame, I'll stand up there and get the award, but I will not play with him. And he didn't. He ended up playing with his own local band that he put together. He wouldn't play with. He played CCR at the Hall of Fame, and they're all like all pissed off. Major decision. My favorite CCR songs is "See the Light." As long as I can see the light. It's funny talking about music. You kind of freak out when your dad has like similar music interests as you, because like I grew up listening to a lot of old stuff. When before the internet, where you can listen to any radio station you want to now, download any song you want to, and all that stuff. You were stuck in a shit old town you were that had those shitty radio stations, and that's what you had to deal with. So back in those days, I mean, it was like, wow, I moved to San Antonio when I was 13 to Laredo. And I was like, God damn, these radio stations suck. And all you could do is try to like hook up your aerial antenna to your receiver.
Yeah, that's what I used to do.
to get a better radio station if you could. I could catch Corpus, and Corpus had a state radio station called C101, old school radio station that plays the Lobster Rave on. And on a weekend, I could pick them up for the most part. But other than that, you stuck with the local radio stations you had, and then it sucked fucking balls. And it's just kind of, the people today, like, I had to do my own research, so you bought a lot of albums. You went to the store and, bought these collections of albums and all the stuff, Bread, my father used to listen to Iron Butterfly, big Iron Butterfly guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, my father used to listen to all these classic albums, Johnny and Santo, all the Jim Hendrix albums I can get, CCR, Stones, Triumph, anything in my hands on to, Yes, just trying to assort a collection of music and try to, I remember when the beauty of, you could burn your own discs now and make your own jams on a computer. Oh shit, I can make my own mixes now.
We had to use a cassette player to record songs off the radio.
Where?
Yeah.
You call it in. You play a song. Like, okay, everybody, shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Yeah. Have your stuff all set up with fingers waiting on the because you had to push both the buttons down.
Everybody, shut the fuck
Call
up.
in, make a couple of requests, and then sit there and wait for them to play so you can record them.
Yeah.
I remember calling this one radio station on the radio once. I'm like, hey man, can you play a song? Yeah. And then, like 3 hours pass. I'm like, what the fuck didn't play my song, dude? I call him back. Hey man, can you play a song? Oh, so you're one of those guys who calls back thinking I'm gonna play it quicker because I haven't played already. You know what? That pisses me off. That even pisses me off more. I'm not gonna play it. You know, I might even make it wait longer. I call back again. Hey, how you doing? Oh, good, man. How you doing? Hey man, can you play a song? What? Fuck you and the horse you were in on? No. Oh yeah, I'll get a camera out. No, fuck you. You might realize that. But yeah, fuck you and the horse you were in on. Cocksucker. That was fun though.
That was fun.
We used to harass DJs too. These guys one DJ in the radio. Hey man, you want peanuts? What? You want peanuts? What? You want my peanuts? It's fuck with them. I call radio. I know who you are. Back in the days. Fucking.
I actually had one of my ex-girlfriends. She was like, her and her friends would go down to the local radio station, and they would, hang out with the DJs and always talk about how cool they were and all that stuff. So me and my friends were drinking, and we decided to prank the radio station. And my friend Brad said, "Hey, I got a song request." And he's like, "Yeah, what's it called?" Because he was live on the air, we could hear him. And he goes, "Yeah, it's called Banging Underage Girls in the DJ Booth." And then he hung up.
Oh yeah. Somebody saying
I was like just barely in high school at the time too. So.
Yeah, we had somebody in the chat saying, Moonfood saying, Midnight Special, great song, CCR. My favorite CCR songs, man, are some of the covers they did, and some of the, and some of the great songs they did as well, like, See the Rain.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, see the, as long as I can see the light. It's my favorite of all time. Shit, man, Down by the River. I mean, you can go on and on, man. They're such a versatile band, shit, what was that one? Fortunate Son.
Yeah.
Really awesome band. My dad loves that jam too. My dad used to say, like, I don't know how do you know it's fucking old music. I'm like, fucking man who taught me it. Hear your shit when I was listening to you, listening with you as well, I love some, Motown as well. Some good old Motown, awesome fucking jams.
Speaking of classic rock, there's this band that I know. They're called Devil Canyon Rustlers, and they actually, when they play, they'll play for like 8 hours. I mean, it might take a couple of 15-minute breaks, but they'll play for like 8 hours, and they just rock. They're so good that I prefer their versions of the songs that they cover than the original.
It's been that way for some bands, unfortunately. They've done a better job.
They're so freaking awesome. They got so much talent. It's pathetic. Actually, it's really awesome. But yeah, if you guys ever I doubt they'll ever get big enough to tour around the country. But if you guys ever get a chance, I think they might have some songs on iTunes or whatever. I don't know. I don't follow them that closely anymore. But
you familiar with Steel Panther?
What was that?
Are you familiar with Steel Panther, that cover band?
Oh no.
They're a big cover band, kind of like a what's it called? What's that cover band from the like they used to make fun of each other, fucking Spinal Tap.
Oh yeah.
But they make fun of them like being like a glam band, you know, 80s glam band. They're really big, and they're blown up pretty big. My cousin, my dad's first cousin, his son is the lead singer of that band, Ralph Sines, and they're touring all across the country now, really big, really popular guy. I met him once, you know, he knows who the fuck I am, but
That's actually pretty awesome. I mean, speaking like, here's another cover band that played exclusively out here in California, as far as I know. I don't even know if they're together anymore, but they were freaking hilarious. They were called the Chixie Digs, not the Dixie Chicks, the Chixie Digs. And it was a bunch of like middle-aged dudes, and the lead singer just to clown on. Well, you guys know what bad rock is, right? It's all female rock and roll or whatever. He'd come out, the first time I saw him, he came out dressed like Britney Spears. And he did Oops, I Did It Again, or whatever that song is. I mean, they totally just, it's kind of like a parody. Well, it is, it's a parody. It's these old guys with beards and shit. The lead singer dresses up like a girl sometimes, and they sing bad rock songs, and it's freaking hilarious. It's a hell of a show too, because the chicks all get into it and they start dancing around.
Dred Zeppelin?
They were awesome. What?
Dred Zeppelin?
No.
Like a reggae, like a guy that has guys sing like Elvis.
Oh,
and
really?
And the band, and they played Led Zeppelin covers, but they
Dred Zeppelin, yeah.
Dressed
I
he
remember
sang like
that.
Elvis, and it was all reggae. The music, the covers of the music were all reggae.
Yeah, there were some of those songs that were pretty good. Some of them were just, it's a gimmicky thing, and I didn't care for it. But some Led Zeppelin songs actually lend themselves to reggae fairly well.
You got Gore.
Oh man. Shit, I'm trying to think of his name of this Black Sabbath cover band. These guys were really good too. And the lead singer actually looked like a fat Ozzy.
Sharon!
But they put on a hell of a show. I mean, a really, really good show. Damn, what was the name of them?
Sharon, the dog pissed in my slippers again. And I'm wearing them.
Give me my drugs.
Also, it's interesting how Kelly Osbourne became a fashion critique. I was like, yeah, you fucking beluga bitch.
Well, she tried to be a rock star at first.
Like a beluga whale with, with twins.
I thought she did a pretty good job on that song that she did with Ozzy, but I guess it was just that it had a lot of post-processing or something, because the other crap that I've heard from her was awful.
Well, yeah.
His son has MS.
What does his son do?
Jack has muscular.
Yeah, he's got MS, yeah.
That's sad.
What it is. I have to watch, like, back when I was making some good money for watches. We can have another kid. It's like, we got one healthy kid. I'm not rolling the dice again. These days, people are having those kids that never leave home, like it's nobody does.
One thing I can't stand is when I get, like, back in the day, or every once in a while, I guess even still every once in a while, I might tie one on with my boys if the mood's set right or whatever. And we'd go watch bands and, you know, drinking, drunk, having a great time, listening to a band. You're thinking, yeah, these guys rock. And then you hear them when you're sober, and you're like, what the hell was I thinking?
Yeah.
Oh, does anybody here follow Colin Noir?
Yeah.
In the day, but no, it's not
He's a guy who does like NRA TV shows.
I know he is, yeah.
Yeah.
Not a fan.
You guys watch the second episode of season 4?
I haven't seen the second episode yet. I watched I saw the first one. I guess it was about this time last week. I guess it just come out. But,
I don't respect any Texan doesn't roll his bill on his cap.
yeah, that really bothers me.
You know, a flat bill, son? I'm sorry, dude. You don't
Anybody
use
with a flat bill, I just
you don't use
it
your
really
cap.
bothers me.
That's a fashion statement. You're not actually utilizing your headgear. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I don't know. I like the video he did today, or the episode 2. That was pretty cool. I would check that out if I were you, son. It's not very long.
Yeah, I'll go check it out. Yeah, if he didn't have that flat bill on his cap, yeah, I would probably like follow him a lot more closely because I would want to be his best friend if he didn't do that. But
I don't think
yeah.
he does. Well, he didn't do it in this last in episode 2.
Well, he wasn't wearing the cap. You know, he's got that cap that's still got the flat bill on it.
I think he's really got. I think he's got the cup on it this time. You know how you cup your cup, you cup the lid.
Yeah.
You know, I think he's got kind of like he's got the standard cup on it this time. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it was. I'm trying to remember. But
I mean, it's difficult to even find a cap like that around here. They come already curved. I mean, you have to go out of your way to find one, or else it says FUBU on it.
Oh
All right, guys. I think I'm gonna head out. You guys take it easy.
All right, take it easy.
Yeah, have a good one.
As well, fellas, I'm probably all night. You guys have a good evening. And hey, if you're Friday nights, I do my gun chat. If you want to join up on there, let me know. Join the Edge of the Week gun channel that we have, and you're more welcome to join the channel Fridays. We start about 10 Central Standard Time.
I'm sorry, Ed. You're low volume on me, brother.
What I'm saying is that on Friday nights I host a gun chat every Friday night. It's called Edge of the Week Gun Chat.
Oh yeah, in fact, I was going to comment on that.
And you folks want to join in, you're welcome to. I'll post a link in my chat as I'm hosting it, and anybody wants to come in and get saucy by all means. Just
Yeah, I usually end up missing that because I'm at work, but yeah, I've caught it a couple of times, but I'm usually at work or headed to work when you guys get started.
We've been hosting it for a couple of years now, 3 years. Gun channels has since we started gun channels, we've absorbed it, and it's been a good trip. But you must jump in, man, by all means.
Oh, right on. Hey, thanks for the invite, man. I appreciate that.
I'll post it like when they join the gun channel, join the channel, and it's called Gun Folks, and I'll post it in the internal chat, well, not internal, but in the gun channel chat, and you're welcome to join.
Cool. I don't know if part of your circles yet or not, but I will definitely send a request to you.
Yeah, all you gotta do is go to the Edge of the Week gun chat and join up if you want to be one of the gun folks, and then from there on, and you on Friday night 10 p.m. Central Standard Time, you go to that page, and I'll post the link internally inside that chat. It's in the chat window, and you can click on from there.
Very cool. I appreciate the invite. I really do.
All right, gentlemen, have a good evening.
Take it easy.
Take care.
Have a good one.
Well, Sean, it's you, me, Pinks, and Micah, and I don't think Pinks and Micah are listening.
Yep. I'm watching this Colin Noir
All right,
video
on.
right now.
I should take off anyway. I got to get up fairly early for work tomorrow. But I'll probably. Well, shoot, are you going to be on tomorrow night, or you got to work?
I'll be on tomorrow night, at least for a little while. I'll come and listen to Matt's chat, and then if I don't have anything else to do, I'll probably stick around for a lobby.
Right on. All right, cool. Then I'll probably see you tomorrow.
All right.